Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the biggest rental kart event anywhere in the world. The 2023 Sodi World Series International Finals at the glorious Slovakia ring. We got drivers from all over the world, 360 drivers. It is the biggest ever running of this prestigious event. This is the World Championship of rental kart racing, and we're here at the capital of Slovakian kart racing, built in 2019, the Slovakia homologated circuit in Slovakia. And over the next 3 days, you on motorsport.tv can join myself and join the entire Sodi Kart family for the biggest festival of rental kart racing anywhere else in the world. We have drivers not just from all over Europe, we've got drivers from North America, from Canada, from the USA, from Italy, from Aruba, into Africa. We've got drivers from Madagascar, from Malaysia, India, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Oman, and of course the United Kingdom, who are in good voice and paddock. Qualifying is nearly over. The drivers are split 90 drivers in the Sprint Cup category. We have 30 drivers in the kids category, 30 more drivers in the junior category, 30 drivers in the ladies sprint category, and then 45 teams who will compete in tomorrow's 12-hour endurance race. This is the first time this event has been brought to you by a global audience on motorsport.tv, and what you're going to see are 3 days of the closest, the most competitive, star-studded racing that rental kart racing has to offer. My name's Henry Baudet, and it's a great pleasure to have you joining us here and the rest of the Sodi Kart family on this, the WFR Live TV production, in courtesy of motorsport.tv, the 2023 Sodi Kart World Series International Finals is about to get underway. Today we have sprint heats for nearly every category. So for those of you watching back home, you've got family members and friends, your drivers will be in action today as they try to secure a good grid position for Saturday's all-important finals. Stay tuned, you don't want to miss a thing. Racing underway very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at what we call the village area here in the Sodi World Series Finals. 124 brand new Sodi karts brought here for this event. Here to look at the opening corner here on this 15-turn, 1,172 meter circuit here just outside Bratislava, the Slovakian capital city, on what is a glorious day. Let's take you on a quick guided tour of this facility before we get underway with the heat races for today. Yesterday, all 90 drivers in the Sprint Cup, all 30 drivers in the Ladies Cup, all 30 drivers in the Kids and the Junior Cup have now qualified. Those results will set their grid positions for the heat races, each driver scoring points in their heat races that will decide the starting lineup for the super heats, which take place on Saturday morning, and then 30 drivers in each category go through to the main A final to crown the 2023 Sodi World Series International Final winners. Tomorrow's racing is exclusively taken up by the 45 team 12-hour endurance race. And of course there is a look at the drivers. So this is a different type of karting than you may be usually used to watching on motorsport.tv. This is rental kart racing. All the karts and equipment identical, brand new, provided by Sodi Kart, the globally recognized French-based chassis manufacturer. And Sodi World Series, there are over 600 kart circuits around the world that use Sodi Kart rental karts. All those circuits are members of the Sodi Kart World Series family, and those circuits, they host sprint racing and endurance racing, and the drivers that enter those races at their local kart circuit are then joined and entered into a global league where each kart track, each event scores points, and over the course of their domestic season at their local kart circuits, drivers compete for their local championships, but they also go into a global point system. And at the end of the season, the end of the 2022 season, the leading entries, the drivers and teams in sprint, in junior, and in the Ladies Cup and the Endurance Championships are all then invited to represent their nation here at the Sodi World Series Finals. So it's a network of over 600 circuits, over 100,000 rental car drivers, and the very best, the 360 of the very best drivers in the world in Sodi Kart rental racing are here to be crowned 2023 Sodi World Series International Final champions. You can see the officials in the bright luminous yellow green shirts, the staff here at the Slovakia ring. This circuit incidentally opened by former FIA President Jean Todt in 2019. Next to the kart circuit there is a 5.6 kilometer race circuit as part of this complex that includes restaurants, hotels, and everything like that. It's the race circuit is the second longest FIA licensed race circuit, not including Nürburgring Nordschleife, second only to Spa in Europe. Now you can see karts being refueled. Parity and fairness is the key here at the Sodi World Series Finals. So every kart will have the same amount of fuel in it. Each driver has a specific amount of lead ballast that he or she must use in their kart to make sure that every kart on circuit weighs the same, to make it as fair as possible. Now, the endurance karts, they use a Honda GX390 engine. All the other classes, they use the Rotax engines. So these are some of the fastest rental karts anywhere in the world. There is a look at the finish line here at the Slovakia ring. A 15-turn circuit. From the start-finish line, you head down towards turn number 1. There's sort of a right-hand kink after turn, a short into turn number 2, which is another left-hander with a little bit of a right flick at the exit of it, up towards turn number 3, which you end takes you straight into a double apex right-hander at turn number 4, on the infield straight through a turn 5 kink, then hard braking for the right-hand hairpin at turn 6, out of turn 6, faster, and onto the back, the 9, and then the brakes for the Simon S's at turns 10, and then it's a double back, switch back, right hand, and then out through the fast right-hander at turn 12, on the brakes there for left-hand quarters with a double sort of 2 rating line coming out of turn 14 that leads you back to turn 15 to complete one lap of this Slovakia ring. The first of the day will be the heat Group A and F in the Sprint Cup. So yesterday, the 90 drivers in the Sprint Cup all took part in one 8-minute qualifying session. They were ranked then from 1st to 90th and put into 6 groups: Group A, Group B, Group C, D, E and F. Each driver in Group A will race against all the other drivers in Group B, C, D, E and F, etc. So that the Sprint Cup drivers, they will race in 5 heats during the course of today. 12 minutes. This is going to be a long day of racing. The drivers there's 30 drivers then in the Ladies Cup, 30 drivers in the juniors, 30 drivers in the kids. There are 60 juniors here. They are split into 2 categories, not based on age, based on weight, to make sure that the event is fair. So the lighter drivers all compete together and they are ballasted up to a certain weight limit. The heavier drivers, they all compete together and they're ballasted up to a certain weight limit. Parity, fairness and equality is the key here at the Sodi World Series Finals. Sodi Kart have brought 124 brand new rental karts here for this event. They have never turned a wheel. There is an army of Sodi Kart staff here on site to make sure that the karts are maintained and their performance remains equal. But very shortly, you can see at the left hand side of your screen here, you can see the first group of sprint drivers, groups A and F, just waiting to be put into their karts. The driver numbers will remain the same, but drivers will compete in different karts in every single race. So you retain your driver number, but you will be put into different karts every single race. So nobody can complain, oh, my go-kart wasn't as fast as this driver's go-kart, because you only get that kart for one race. These drivers in the Sprint Cup will be competing in 5 heat races today. In all the categories, at the end of the heat races, the drivers are put into a classification, and that sets the grid for the super heat, which is Saturday morning, and then the top 30 drivers after the super heat, they go into the main final. For the Sprint Cup drivers, there is a B final and a C final, so everybody here gets a final. For the 45 endurance teams, there's 4 drivers per team. They have a practice qualifying and a 12-hour endurance race tomorrow. We will be bringing you that event live tomorrow on motorsport.tv. And just to give you some idea of where the drivers have come from, just looking at the Sprint Cup. So we've got Sprint Cup from Poland, Republic, Bulgaria, Italy, Hungary, the United Arab Emirates, Canada, Oman, Austria, Latvia, Ukraine, Sweden, Malaysia, Japan, Croatia, looking down, Greece, Switzerland, Lebanon, Hungary, Spain, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Japan, Aruba, also India. We have a driver representing India, Croatia. I think that's pretty much every. Bulgaria. In this class alone, you can see many of the flags of the nations looking down at the kart village here. You can see those white and blue tent at the back of your screen. There are 45 of those tents. Each of the endurance team are based in one of those tents, and they are getting ready for their big event tomorrow. There was practice continuing yesterday, continuing on Tuesday here at the Slovakia ring. But this is a WFR Live TV production, broadcast courtesy of our partners and friends at motorsport.tv from the Slovakia ring, Slovakia's premier karting facility. And very shortly we will have the first of today's races, 12-minute races in the heats. Now, Kuba Pachulski from Poland set the overall fastest qualifying time in yesterday's qualifying session. So Kuba will lead 29 other drivers to the line. There are 30 drivers in each heat. It will be Kuba Pachulski, Italy's Pietro Grima, and then Poland's Adam Sidlowski, the top three. Spain's Ricardo Lopez Pires will start from the outside of row number 2. France's Alexis Meli on the inside of row 3. Austria's Abdi Badawi is next. And you can see now some of the drivers being ushered into their karts. So we are just moments away now. The Sodi kart officials here at the Slovakia ring. Race director Manuel Branco, very, very well respected race director, oversees karting events all over the world, and he will be giving the drivers a briefing before their first race, because this may be a rental kart championship, but the rules and regulations about on-track conduct are the same that you would find in any FIA or CIK level karting event. And Manuel Branco, Portuguese official who has worked at virtually every major karting championship around the world, will be keeping his drivers under a very, very tight leash. And you can see that some of the drivers have got their national team race suits, and of course they're all here representing their circuit. So just looking at this, so Kuba Pachulski, for example, he represents the Igokart Poznan circuit. That's where he has the World Series qualifying events. Prima in kart number 24. Pietro is representing Kartodromo Città di Messina. Adam Sidlowski is representing Go-Kart Arena Lodz. Ricardo Lopez Pires from Spain in kart number 67, for example, he is representing his local circuit, which is karting Sevilla. So I'll try and make sure that over the course of the next 3 days, we pay tribute and give mention to all the local circuits. If you are watching this and you're wondering, how can I get involved in the Sodi World Series? Where is my nearest Sodi World Series affiliated rental kart circuit? Simply type in Sodi World Series into your search engine. Google, for example, other search engines are available. Type in SodiWorldSeries.com, and that will tell you where every affiliated circuit is in your area. So a lot of these drivers, they are just hobby karters, rental kart racers. They take their sport very seriously, and this is their unofficial world championship. So here is a look at turn number 1. You can see that sort of right kink into the hard left-hander at turn number 1. Manuel Branco has now briefed the drivers and they will go back to their karts for what will be a 12-minute race. It is just approaching 11:15 in the morning here at the Slovakia ring. Here we are about 45 minutes away from Bratislava, about an hour and 15 minutes away from the Austrian capital, Vienna, at this ultra-modern, opened, like I said, in 2019 kart circuit, racetrack. But very, very quickly, we will be underway. The first of today's racing, it is the Sprint Heat Opener. Now we wait. But the wait is almost over. You can see background of the shot. The drivers, the first 30 drivers sat in their karts waiting to be given the signal. The pace kart has gone out onto the circuit to do a sighting lap. And the formation lap is about to begin. Kuba Pacholski from Poland is about to lead them out of the pit lane onto the circuit. There'll be Pacholski and Grima, row number 1. Here is a full rundown of the grid. Pacholski and Grima on row number 1, Adam Sidlowski and Ricardo Lopez Perez on row 2, Alexis Melis and Abdi Badawi on row 3, Davis Zalmans and Victor Vota from Poland on row number 4, France is Bastien Mounier and Simon Liegel from Austria on row number 6, Etienne Hoytens from Belgium and Mikhail Nemec from the Czech Republic on the next row. Here we go, out onto the circuit. Laurent Carrier, Thomas Petty, Gregor Skapala, Leonardo Bleak, Daniel Lashin, Tomokazu Fukushima, Alexis Yanin, Simon Dolsinski, Adam Ben Haj are the top 22, 30 drivers. You're looking at them coming through turn 2 now. Then they go out towards turn number 3. This is the turn 3 hairpin. They got the short shoot in towards turn number 4. Double apex right-hander out of turn number 4 into turn 5. The straight towards turn 6 now. Rima, the turn into turn 7. Race car. So this is turn 7. Through turn 8 on backstrap. Turn is a very, very fast left-hander. Now into turn number 10. Behind the safety cart. That will bring them up to speed. They're into turn number. This is to turn into turn number 12. This is now turn 13. There's turn 14. The pace cart pulls off. And the 2023 Sodi Series International Finals is underway. On the right-hand side of your screen now, cutting across to take the lead is the Polson Pachulski. 30 carts going in. They're 3 wide. They're 4 wide. One driver out onto the dust. Still 4 wide going through turn number 2. And somehow they all make it through. It's Pachulski who leads. I think that might be Ricardo Lopez Perez from Spain in cart number 7 up into P2. Lots of jostling going on as they come out of turn number 4 up the infield straight. But it's the pole sitter, Poland's Kuba Pachulski, the black race suit that has the race lead as we come out of turn number 7, 8 for the first time. It looks like Alexis Melli in cart number 61. The French drivers made a very, very good start indeed as up into P2. Look at the battling all the way down the order. But front runners are beginning to make clear and get in single. Now 14 and 15 at the end of lap number 1. It is Kuba Pachulski, that driver on your screen there in the black, yellow and red race suit. That is France's Alexis Mellis. Mellis being chased by his countryman Bastien Mounier. Mounier in the sort of orange coloured race suit. Then Simon Liegel from Austria in the very bright red coloured race suit. There is Simon Liegel, yellow crash helmet with the black race with the red suit. And Liegel is in right here battle further down the order. Can't quite a number check on those 2 drivers, but lots of. I think that could be the scrap for 6th position. Adam Sidlowski, Victor Vota, Tommaso Pozzetti, I believe, as they head around. So there's the sort of bright red leggings on that driver. Just the back of your screen. Could be Abdi Badawi, but at the end of lap number 3, Kuba Pachulski leads by 1.2 seconds. Pachulski, with 9.5 minutes of this race still remaining, is pulling away. On your screens, this is the battle further down the order. Coming out of hairpin number 2, this would be Zalman's. Now, sadly, Fukushima, the Japanese driver, did not start. It's Alexis Yanin in 11th position you were just looking at, chasing Tommaso Pozzetti, Etienne Huytens and Abdi Badawi. So that was the battle for 8th place on your screens. In fact, Yanin, you can see there with the looking at the front, the first of those 2 carts. Yanin is just in front of Mikhail Nemec, the Czech driver. And behind Nemec is driver number 28. And driver number 28 is Grzegorz Kopala from Poland. Then it's Ricardo Perez Lopez. So the driver, the Spanish driver, started 2nd on the grid, has fallen right down. We're back up with the front runners. Now there's Alexis Mellis being chased by Bastien Mounier and Simon Liegel. This is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Mellis coming into turn number 4 up the infield straight. You can see Pachulski has cleared off at the front. There's Pachulski, the white crash helmet, black race suit. And further back, there's still lots of overtaking going on. That's at the end of turn, well, the infield straight at turn number 6, side by side action. A bit of gesticulation going on there. Drivers not necessarily happy with one another. This is a long way back in the pack. And I think I can pick out Team Latvia race suit. That's a very deep red and black liveried race suit. But here's the battle for 2nd. Mellis versus Mounier. They're pulling away from Liegel. Davis Zalmans from Latvia is 5th. Adam Sidlowski and Victor Vota, the 2 Polish drivers, are 6th and 7th. Abdi Badawi runs in 8th position. Then Etienne Huytens behind, and there is a move. And that was driver number 24, Pietro Grima. So Pietro Grima, who started up at the front, has made a poor start and is now all the way back in 15th position. But Grima looking to the inside, he's in the, he's sandwiched there in the middle, he's in the orange and black race suit, Pietro Grima. And he's battling to stay in the top 15. You can see there is passed by driver number 50, Michal Nemec from the Czech Republic. But there's our leader. Pachulski goes through. Mounier is now up into P2, so the two French drivers have swapped position. It's Poland leading France, leading Austria, leading Latvia, then two more Polish drivers and another Austrian. So Poland, Austria, Latvia and France annexing the top 8 positions at the moment. Here's Pietro Grima again. Grima looks to the inside on, that would be Michal Nemec, and Grima picks up the position, and that is Ricardo Lopez also trying to go through as well, I believe. Nemec loses 2 positions there. Nemec in the black and green race suit. Grima in the orange and black race suit. Then in the red and black, that would be Ricardo Lopez Perez. Here is Kuba Pajulski. What, 3.2 seconds up the road. A dominant performance on what is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, completely equal machinery. Mounier, second. The Alfa Romeo logo on the back of his suit. Then it is Melis. Behind Melis, Simon Legal. Then Davis Zalmans. You can see Mounier, that orange and white race suit, heading down into turn number 6, that right-hander. They flick through turn 7, out turn 8 there, onto the short back straight. Very fast through turn number 9. You can see the car change direction so quickly. They're on the curbs, hard the brake. The Simon S's, named after the circuit owner, in turns 10. That's turn 11. You're watching. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place through turn 12. This is turn 13, that first apex. Then that wide exit to turn 14. Turn 15 is the last kink onto a very short start, finish straight. Here go your leaders with 4 minutes to go. Mounier, 2nd. Ellis, 3rd. Legal giving chase in 4th. Can Alexis Melis now close the gap on Bastien Mounier? Mounier checks over his shoulder just to see where his countryman is. Mounier in cart number 57, Melis in cart number 61. Legal is next, then Davis Zalmans, Adam Sidlowski, Victor Vota, Abdi Badawi, Etienne Hoytons. The top 10 is rounded up by Gregor Tommaso Pazzetti is 11th, then Alexis Yanin 12th. Daniel Lashin, 13th. Pietro Grima and Ricardo Lopez Perez round out your top 15, ahead of Michal Nemec, Laurent Carrier, Aurelius Scrimovas. Behind Scrimovas is Khaled Al-Amiri, then Adam Ben Haj, Abdulaziz Al Saud from Saudi Arabia, runs in 21st position. As we've got 3 minutes to go. 22nd on the road at the moment will be the driver of cart number 81. That is Stefan Marudov. And then it is Simon Dolzinski, Kevin Lazarus, Saad Al-Munajem, and the rest of the running order. 29 drivers still running. Our Japanese driver, Tomokazu Fukushima, did not take the start. There, Yenin on track. You can actually see because he's got his name on the back of the race suit. He looks at the inside, and this is on Tommaso Pazzetti. This is for the 11th place. So this is 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th place you're looking at on your screens. And it is Yenin in 12th, trying to get past Pazzetti in 11th. None of this matters to Kuba Pachulski, who starts his 11th lap with a lead of 4.3 seconds. And the rest of the leaders, there is a good battle. That's Adam Sidlowski in the Polish coloured race suit, chasing the black race suit of Davis Zalmans from Latvia. He's got the Latvian colours on his crash helmet. And oh, there's Yenin, high, wide and handsome out of turn number 2. And 3 wide. Alexis Yenin is pushed back. That is Daniel Lashin, Pietro Grima, Ricardo Perez Lopez, all forcing their way through briefly. So Yenin drops back to about 15th position. Oh, a little bit of nudging, bumping and barging going on now, trying to fight back. And Yenin moves back up in about 13th position. And still the battles continue. But with less than a minute to go, Pachulski, can he get to within 5 seconds? Well, can he get his winning margin up to 5 seconds? That would be incredible. There is Zalmans leading Sidlowski for 5th and 6th positions. Your screen there, the yellow crash helmet, red race suit, that would be Simon Legal from Austria. But 2 Frenchmen, Mounier leading Melis. And I think Bastien Mounier has done enough. He's not going to come under pressure from his countryman. There's the look into turn number 1. There's some of the tail enders going around turn 1. But it is going to be Kuba Pachulski from Bastien Mounier, Alexis Melis, Simon Legal, then Davis Zalmans. Your top 5 at the moment. Sidlowski is 6th, Vota is 7th, Badawi 8th, Huytens 9th, and Kapala 10th. Checkered flag comes out, and it is Kuba Pachulski from Poland who takes the victory. Pachulski, the Igokart Poznan entered driver, is your first heat winner of the 2023 Sodi World Series Finals. Pachulski by 4.95 seconds, the dominant victor over Bastien Mounier, Alexis Melis, Simon Legal. There's the results on your screen. Davis Zalmans, Adam Sidlowski, Victor Vota, Abdi Badawi, Etienne Huytens and Gregos Kapali in top 10. Tommaso Pozzetti and Pietro Grima for Italy finish in 11th and 12th. It's Daniel Lashin, Laurent Carrier and Alexis Yanin. We saw Alexis involved in a lot of action. He finishes 15th. Then it's Ricardo Lopez Perez, Michael Nemec, Aurelius Skromovats, then Leonardo Bleek, Adam Behaj, Stefan Marudov. Behind Marudov in 22nd position, we had, just waiting for my results screen to update itself. As you can see, Abdulaziz Al Saud dropping to the back there along with his countrymen. But there's Simon Dolsiki, Kevin Lazarus, Khaled Alamiri, Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the rest. 28 drivers finished that race. We had one driver, Tomokazu Fukushima, didn't take the start, and I'm not quite sure who the other driver was who failed to finish. We will have a look down the order, and I'll try and give you a name check of the other driver that failed to finish that race. I think it may have been, what happened was, so unfortunately 2 drivers had visa issues getting here, and so we only had 29 starters in that race. So only had the 1 retirement. Tomokazu Fukushima failed to take the start. That was the opening race of the day. Heat number 2 will be with us very, very shortly. That will be, if I just check the timetable, that will be the next race. I will just check that, but it will be, heat for Group B and Group E. But before we get underway, this event would not be possible without our commercial partners. Again, we're grateful to be bringing you this on motorsport.tv. Let's very briefly hear from one or two of our commercial partners that help make this event possible. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Group B and Group E in the sprint heat qualifying races. Of course, can I just remind you that the qualifying results from yesterday, the kids for these heats, and you're going to see Hungary's Adrian Ionesco, who leads the field. So it's going to be Adrian Ionesco. Taruki Nobe from Japan will start on the outside of row number 1. Tobias Stuckler from Austria will start on row number 2 alongside France's Kevin Thuvenin. Then Ukraine's Danilo Olifrenko and the United Kingdom's Jack Williamson. So just to tell you a little bit about the drivers at the front of the grid. Pole position man, Adrian Ionesco, is representing starting by driving camp. That's his local circuit. Taruki Nobe in kart number 29. He is qualified for this event through the U-kart circuit in Japan. Tobias Stuckler in kart number 80. He is the race speed boomerang circuit entered driver. Kevin Thuvenin, Indre entered driver. Once again, Manuel Branco invites all the drivers, and again, this is a great look. You can see the race director there, Manuel Branco, on the left. You know, fist bumps, handshakes with the drivers. All those drivers be aware they must respect Manuel, and again, Manuel, he may have to tell them off, he may have to penalise them, but he does so in a way that, you know, yes, they are customers, and it's why Manuel is one of the most respected race officials in the world, and the way he communicates with his drivers. And of course, there are language barriers, so you have to use the international language of racing, which is speak slowly, clearly, and use a lot of finger pointing. That settles it. This broadcast is going out live, obviously, to everybody on motorsport.tv, but also around the paddock and into the village itself. So we'll give Manuel a chance to speak to the drivers without having my voice in his ear. He is, again, you can see the hand signals, what he expects from the drivers in terms of the rolling lap, how they come to the formation, because of course not every Sodi affiliated circuit around the world might start their races with rolling starts. And with this format, so it's important that Manuel communicates the procedure to these drivers. Just to give you an idea, in this next race alone we have Hungary, Japan, Austria, France, the Ukraine, Great Britain, Germany, Croatia, Portugal, Poland, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Germany, Finland, Belgium, Slovenia, Italy represented, and that's just in the top 20 on the grid. Once again, please go to SodiWorldSeries.com to find out where your nearest Sodi World Series affiliated kart circuit is. They're not all indoor kart circuits. Some of them are indoors, some of them outdoors. This race will be 12 minutes. Go to SodiWorldSeries.com. You can also find the link to live timing. Group B versus Group D. Further down the order, 29 drivers. Jason Siu from Malaysia. Diego Gallegos from Chile will be starting on the last row of the grid. Max Papworth's in front of them, then Etienne Meyran from Canada. Slovakia have got two drivers in this one. Lucas Vida in kart number 41 and Juraj Molkuc in kart 63. They're starting just outside the top 20. Jonathan Söderqvist from Sweden also in this race as well. So you've got plenty of people to cheer for no matter where you're watching around the world. But it's going to be driver number 45, Hungary's Adrian Ionescu, who leads 28 other drivers to the start line. Teruki Nobe from Japan, Tobias Stuckler from Austria, Kevin Tuvenin from France, Danilo Olifrenko from Ukraine, Jack Williamson from the United Kingdom. Jack, one of a large and very vocal group of drivers, all here representing Brentwood Karting. Brentwood Karting appears to be the British capital for Sodi kart racing. Brentwood in Essex. There's a fair few West Ham United fans. A couple of hammers out in the crowd. Hopefully they'll keep the hammer off the track. Not on it, but here we go. Out onto the rolling lap. Group B and E. There is a look at your starting lineup on the screen. Pick your favourites. Hopefully we will see a somewhat better battle for the lead than we saw in the first race, although Adrian Ionesco, the Poles, will be thinking, oh, I like what Kuba Pachowski did in that first race. I quite fancy doing the same in this race. Tsuruki Nobe, Tobias Stuckler, Kevin Tovanin and the rest will be thinking, not so quick, my old chestnuts. We are going to try and take the fight to you in this 12-minute blast around this 1200 meter circuit in what I have to say is a the drive from Vienna airport to here yesterday was extremely scenic indeed. If you haven't been to this area of Eastern Europe, I would thoroughly recommend it. So the drivers, the butterflies, the nerves must be jangling in the pits of all these drivers' stomach. They've qualified, they've practiced, they've worked exceptionally hard all throughout 2022 to get here, and now all those hours of hard work, those days, those weekends, all that investment comes down to these next 3 days. Lights are out. Here we go, and in the blue race suit, it's Adrian Ionesco taking the jump into turn number 1. Oh, and up on the curb there, that was Remy Loth. I think Jack Williamson also being quite aggressive on the in the number 71 cart. Cart's bouncing all over the place. 3 wide for third position. They're 4 wide further as we go through turn number 3. Ionesco has got a great jump at the start. Oh, Max Papworth, I don't think has taken the start, but it is Ionesco, and it was a very aggressive Remy Loth from about 8th on the grid up into 2nd place. You saw Remy getting 3 wide on the curbs going through turn number 1. That tactic is where, oh, we got a spinner on the outside of turn number 8. And that could have been Anthony Chevasson, one of our French drivers going around. It is Ionesco leading from Lot, then Tovanen, Olifrenko, Nobe is down to 5th position, and look at Remy Loth. He's so aggressive, he takes a very different line through turn number 1, and he is closing in. Here's a battle for, I believe, that 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That's just behind race leader Adrian Ionesco. In fact, has Ionesco been passed? Let's have a look. No, Ionesco still leads, but this is Tovanin, so Kevin Tovanin down to 4th place. So Remy Loth, the black race, the orange leggings, that is in 4th. The driver with the yellow and black race suit, that is Ukraine's Danilo Olifrenko. And leading this 2nd group with the white and blue race suits, that is France's Tovanin. So into P2, Ionesco from Hungary still leads. 5th position, that is Ki Nobe in cart number 29, who started on the front row of the grid. The top 5 have broken away. Gonçalo Teixeira is 6th for Portugal. Then it's there's Jack Williamson is 7th. Dominik Oriskovic for Croatia is 8th. 9th is Tobias Stuckler. 10th is Antoine Angelov from Bulgaria. Then we have Denny Gorstor from Germany, Bor Kolmanic from Slovenia, Timo Schmidt from Germany, and Finland's Harri Suoninen. But, running wide there in the mid-pack, couldn't quite see who that was, but it's the battle for 4th and 5th. This is Remy Loth, and there is the number 29 cart of Tsuruki Nobe, looking to the inside. Can he get inside? No, and that's a very fast corner to try and attempt to pass. So the 29 stays in 5th. Tsuruki Nobe following Remy Loth, the fast starting, very aggressive Remy Loth. Behind them, you can see Gonçalo Teixeira. Max Papworth has joined the race, so he did start. We did get all 29 drivers starting, but Papworth down in 29th position. And we've got our first real battle for the race lead, because Adrian Ionesco, looking over his shoulder, has been caught by France's Kevin Tovanen, with Danilo Olifrenko in the bright luminous yellow and black race suit in third, bearing in. There's the move for the race lead. Ionesco just a little bit too defensive there. Tovanen makes the move and already putting some clean air between himself and his Hungarian rival. And Ionesco now looking, he's got to sort of gather his thoughts again, has Adrian Ionesco, and sort of get back into his rhythm. Let's see, will Danilo Olifrenko try and work with him? No, well, yes, he is at the moment. He's not making a move, because neither of these two drivers want the race leader to get away. Out of turn number 14. On to the start-finish line. Tovanen with 1:05.83 last time around. 0.6 of a second quicker than the former race leader, Adrian Ionesco. Danilo Olifrenko is third. Then a gap back to Teruki Nobe in fourth. Remy Loth is fifth. Teixeira sixth. Reskovic is seventh. Further down the order, Jonathan Soderquist from Sweden has dropped to 26th position. Chile's Diego Gallegos is 27th. And Jason Tiu from Malaysia, 28th. But all eyes are on this front battle, coming out of turn number 8 into turn number 9. Tovanen, Ionesco, Olifrenko, through the Simon S's, named after the circuit owner, the man responsible for putting this fine facility, not just the kart circuit, but the hotel, the restaurants, the racetrack. There are some very impressive supercars circling the racetrack just behind the kart circuit, and certainly Ionesco looks as though he is beginning to fade into the second half of this heat race. You can see Kevin Tovanen pulling away, and you can also see Danilo Olifrenko now battling further back in the pack. That is, I think, the number 30 kart of Dominik Oriskovic. It is Oriskovic, who has just passed Tobias Stuckler for 7th place. In fact, Oriskovic passing Teixeira for 6th position. So this is the group chasing the group that are chasing the leaders. This is Oriskovic, Teixeira, Stuckler and Jack Williamson. Williamson in the number 71 kart, just behind the 4th kart, I believe, in this group. Here are your leaders, and in 4th position, Teruki Nobe. Teruki Nobe, well, he was 0.2 of a second slower than the lead trio last time around. Here's Oriskovic being chased by Teixeira with Stuckler. In fact, Stuckler has now got past Teixeira as well. So the second driver on your screen, that is Tobias Stuckler. Remy Loth still runs 5th. You're looking at 6th and 7th. Oriskovic and Stuckler, then Teixeira and Williamson. They run 8th and 9th. Angelov is 10th. Then it's Kopacci, Gorstov, Suoninen, Schmidt, Kolmanic, Brentagani, Cavers, Laurenchon, Vida, Repnich, Shavasson. That's your top 21. As we move with 4.5 minutes to go, Jack Williamson, first of these two karts on your screen, checking over his shoulder as he goes to turn number 12. Back to the race leaders, and it's Tovanen, half a second in front of Ionesco, and it does look as though Teruki Nobe is beginning to close in on Ionesco and Olifrenko. So the Japanese driver in 4th place beginning to close in the last 4 minutes of this heat race. All 29 drivers still running a bit further back in the pack, trying to grab a couple of race numbers. The numbers are very difficult to see here. I think that is Christian Kopacci in kart 38 and Harry Suoninen in cart number 75 we just saw. Kopaczy from Poland and Suoninen from Finland as the midfield group run out of turn number 8, down the back straight into turn number 9. Hard on the brakes for turn 10. There's a move. Driver with that bright blue or turquoise and white race suit. That could have been Bor Kolmanic or Alberto Brentagani battling for 15th position. But your race leader, Kevin Tuvenin, please ignore the positions on the left-hand side of your screen. The scoring monitor, the scoring pylon is not correct. So please ignore that group. We have not completed 2 laps. We have completed many, many more than 2 laps. We've got 2 minutes 35 seconds to go. Tuvenin and Ionesco, 1-2 on your screens. And Adrian Ionesco, have we got time for one more move from the Hungarian driver? Certainly, he's now coming back into form. He faded a little bit in the middle of the race, and now he is attacking. Race leader Kevin Tuvenin out of turn number 14 through turn 15. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Into turn number 1. Hungary's Adrian Ionesco chasing France's Kevin Tuvenin. Now their leaders go out to turn number 3. Olefrenko in third is over a second. Can it not factor anymore? So it's France versus Hungary for the win here in the second heat of the day. Tuvenin, Ionesco, then Olefrenko, Nobe, Loth, Stuckler, Oreskovic, Williamson, Kopaczy, Teixeira, Suoninen, and Gorstov. Your top 12. But it looks as though Kevin Tuvenin has had a good second half of this lap. But look at in the slower sections, that is where Ionesco closes back in. Tuvenin just jumping up and down in the seats a little bit, just to try and get a little bit of a better release out of the corner. But with a minute to go, this could be the start of the last lap. We'll have to see. This race is not 12 minutes plus a lap. I believe it's just 12 minutes. They're lapping in 105s. So we are going into turn number 4 now. Here's the back a little bit further back. There's Jack Williamson. Jack Williamson is just behind Dominik Oreskovic. Here are the race leaders. Into turn number 6. Now they go through the kink at turn 7. Car opens out through turn number 8. I think Kevin Tuvenin has done just about enough. The clock is ticking down to 0. Adrian Ionesco has got a couple of corners left. Out of turn number 12 into 13 and 14. Tuvenin leads Ionesco. There's the checkered flag. And Kevin Tuvenin takes the victory from Adrian Ionesco. Danilo Olefrenko comes up in third for Ukraine. Then it's Teruki Nobe, Remy Loth, Tobias Stuckler, Dominik Oreskovic, Christian Kopaczy, Jack Williamson and Harry Suoninen, your top 10 finishers. Please apologise. I apologise for the scoring pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. That is obviously not the correct order. That seems to have frozen after 2 laps. But finishing in 11th position, Gonzalo Teixeira, then Danny Gorstov in 12th. Timo Schmidt, 13th. Bor Kolmanic, 14th. Benjamin Cavers, 15th. Alberto Brentagani, Olivier Lorenchon, Antoine Angelov, Lucas Vida, then Repnich, Ua, Juraj Bukulc, Diego Gallegos, Etienne Meyrand, Anthony Davo Repnik, Anthony Chevasson, finishing outside the top 20, as did Max Patworth, who I believe was the 29th and last finisher. But there we go. That is our second heat race of the day. Kevin Tovanin for France. Looking just down the Etienne Meyrand, finishing in 26th, 27th position. The drivers coming back in to the pit area past the the officials in green, they're the Slovakia ring circuit staff in charge of the fueling and assisting. The officials wearing black and orange, they are the Sodi kart officials. This, of course, event promoted by 3MK Events, brought to you on motorsport.tv by WFR Live. And 60 of our 90 sprint drivers have now been in action once. The remaining 30 are getting ready for their first heat race. So, 2 races in the books, a lot more still to go as you look at the stunning Eastern European scenery here in Slovakia. A great setting for this ultra-modern kart venue. But before we get ready with the next race, let's have a quick word with some of our commercial partners. Thank you.
Your boots are on fire. I'll make you jump like you touch a live wire. Ain't no sitting down when I get in the zone. Just give me my crown, let the king take his throne. Clap your hands, just clap your hands, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3, clap. Your hands, just clap them for me. Give them a clap. Like 1, 2, 3.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do Do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again? Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third heat race. This is Sprint Group C and Group D. Drivers just getting their briefing from race director Manuel Branco. And it'll be the Netherlands, Thomas Roenhaar in kart number 33, leading this field, the kartbaan Oldenzaal-based driver, Andrés Leitniks from Latvia, the karting CA NAMS LXL Riga. Let's call it the Riga kart circuit for international broadcasting purposes. Julian Pereira from Portugal, representing the Euro Indy circuit, will start third, and Belgium's Sunyi Logan in kart number 35, the karting Yupen powered by prokarting.eu. Hope some interviews with some of the drivers in between races as the day progresses. But it's going to be Roenhaar, Lapniks, Pereira, Logan, Federico Clerici, and then Charlie Ratford from the UK, starting on the sixth, from the sixth position, the outside of row number 3. Robin Affolter from France, Thomas Miska from Slovakia. So home fans here at the Slovakia ring will be cheering for kart number 43. Makoto Kubo from Japan will start next. Zoltan Lema from Hungary. Then our sole driver from Madagascar, Kevin Andrea Maharo in kart number 19. I will say that everybody back at the SRA kart circuit and everyone watching from Madagascar, Marty! No, I will not do any more Madagascar jokes. Moto. No, I won't, I promise. But Madagascar represented on the highest stage of world rental kart racing. Alexander Sniger from Ukraine will start behind Andrea Maharo. Vincent Heinz from Germany. And then Martin Niedermuller, Sebastian Pastor. America's Thomas Burchard in kart number 6, the only American driver here this week. He starts On about the 7th or the 8th row of the grid, Miha Resman from Slovenia. Then Oleksiy Petrenko, Pedro Gonçalves, and Pranetis Gerardas from Lithuania in cart number 85. Starting a little bit further back, rounding out your top 20, Mateo Agassiz from Portugal starts 21st. We're on the rolling lap. One more 12-minute heat race. And then we will have seen all 90 of our Sprint Cup drivers. It's Ronhaar in cart number 33, who will lead this field. Leitniks in cart number 46. It's the Netherlands and Latvia on row number 1. The Dutch driver in the black race suit, the Latvian driver, I believe, in a somewhat dark blue race suit. We'll see as they come out of turn number 9. Yeah, the dark blue race suit of Andrzej Leitniks on the outside of the front row. The pace cart will bring them round and then we'll peel off. All black race suit and crash helmet. Thomas Ronhaar, cart number 33. Leitniks, the dark blue, on the outside of row number 1. They come to the line, lights are out, we're off and racing. And from the second row of the grid, look at that, trying to go around the out. Carts over the curb going through turn number 1. Are they all going to somehow get round turn 1 relatively cleanly? Oh, we've still got carts going off. Somebody goes behind the 2 drivers, go behind the lighting stanchion. So this has been an absolutely chaotic opening couple of corners. And certainly, oh, we got one driver stopped the background there, 2 drivers. Engines have cut out. And probably they've gone and bounced over the thing, maybe flicked a chain off. So it's going to be a bit difficult to see who emerges in front. Oh, and there's another driver going wide. Things getting a little bit rough, so I got a feeling that Manuel Branco will be having some words with his drivers at the end of this one. But up front, the top 2 drivers are clear, and it is as they started, with Ronhaar leading, Leitniks in second. They cross the line. A long gap back to Robin Affolter, who is up at the 3rd for France. There's Affolter, followed by Julien Pereira, Thomas Mixka, and Kevin Andrea Maharo. So Madagascar are up into the top 6. And a battle for the race lead. Leitniks trying to get up the inside of Ronhaar, coming out of that hairpin, but Ronhaar having the race advantage, having the racing line rather, maintaining his advantage. Into turn number 6 we go. There is Affolter in 3rd position, being chased along by Pereira, Miska. Adrian Maharo is 6th overall, so there's a move for the lead. Leitniks up the inside, wheel to wheel, side by side. It looks as though Ronhaar will just hold him off. Great racing there between the top 2. It is allowing the chasing pack to close in, however. Ronhaar, Leitniks, Affolter the fastest lap of the race so far. In 3rd position, they out of turn number 1. Here comes Leitniks again. Leitniks, Ronhaar holding him off, and now we've got a 4-cart battle, because joining the fun is number 53, Julien Pereira, in the blue crash helmet. Leitniks has been pushed back, and in the white race suit and the white crash helmet, trying to see, that is Slovakia's Thomas Miska. Behind Miska is Kevin Andrea Maharo, then Zoltan Leymar, Thomas Burchard from the United States has made a good start and is up into 8th position. Charlie Ratford has been pushed back to 19th. So watch for the driver of cart 52 to start making some progress forwards. Leitniks down to 3rd, defending 3rd position. But in the driver that I really want to watch is the white crash helmet, plain black race suit. That is 6th position. That is Madagascar's Kevin Adriamaharo. Thomas Ronha leads this race. Affolter second. Look at this battle. There is the top all together. Oh, one driver out of the race. See sitting at the. That is Sunyi Logan, the Belgian driver who started up on the first couple of rows of the grid. Here's a move for second place. Lapniks back at the inside of Affolter to take P2 for Latvia. Things finally beginning to settle down. 7 minutes 50 seconds. Oh, it is Ronha, Affolter, Lapniks, Mixer, Pereira, Adriamaharo, and the rest. 29 drivers still running. And finally, Thomas Ronha beginning to put some clean air between himself and the chasing pack. Nix, Affolter, Pereira, Mixer, Lema. Adriamaharo now slips back to 7th place, so Hungary's Zoltan Lema moves into P6 in the number 32 kart. Seventh, and in 8th position, Thomas Burchard for the United States of America. Ronha, very quick first sector. 6.5 minutes to go, approaching half distance. Andre Tromp from Aruba is up to 5th position. Again, everybody watching back home at the Bushiri Kart Raceway, and Aruba, the last few years, have become a fixture at this event. And Andre Tromp, first time racing under Rotax power. It's very, very good account of himself. Also known as Drago Ras, Andre Tromp. And we look further down the order. Charlie Ratford is now running in 20th, just behind Oman's. The only Oman-based driver. Hello to everyone watching back home at the Muscat Speedway, home of the MENA Nations Karting Cup. And the Al Rawahi family at Muscat Speedway, the one of the centres of all things motorsports out in the Middle East. Big hello to all those watching Dubai Kart Drome, David Bright and friends at the Dubai Kart Drome. They've got a couple of drivers here as well. And one of the regions in the Middle East now, which is growing in Saudi Arabia, but still, Ronha leading, Leitnik second, Pereira third, Affolter in fourth, Thomas Mixer of Slovakia runs in fifth, Mixer in kart 43. The Slovak Karting Centre, so this is his local circuit, and looking down there is a battle. Now that is Thomas Burchard in kart 6, the blue race suit, passing Madagascar's Aro, but just saying the word nation Madagascar place at this level of karting gives me great joy indeed. It shows that we say that this sport is a global sport, but this event proves above all else it really is a global sport. And Aruba only have one kart circuit, but their drivers race in the Sodi World Series qualifier events, and they have qualified for this event several times now. And Andre Tromp looking to become maybe the first driver from Aruba to make it into the A final. He's there in 15th place at the minute. Technical flag has gone out sadly, for Chris Phillips for Team UK, the epic karting driver. So Chris Phillips will have to retire. The battle has now subsided a little bit. On lap number 9, the timing and scoring pylon on the left-hand side of your screen is back. 3 minutes, 20 seconds of this race remaining. Now, you are looking at the battle for third position. Now, Andreas Lapnix is set off after race leader Thomas Ronau. There's Ronau, there's Lapnix. And now that's Julian Pereira into P3. Robin Avolta 4th. Thomas Mixer in 5th. Mixer in that white crash helmet, white race suit. Zoltan Lehmer is just behind this group on your screen. Alexei Vetrenko is next. But what can Thomas Mixer from the Slovak Kart Centre do? He's got Robin Avolta from France directly in front of him. He's got 2.5 minutes to get himself into the top 4, possibly higher. Julian Pereira in third position, meanwhile, has just set the fastest first sector of the entire race. There goes Pereira in the blue and green crash helmet. Flashing across your screens very briefly. He's pulling away from this battle. Here comes Thomas Miska into turn number 13. Can he make the move? The answer is not this time. 2 minutes to go. Lapnix within 0.8 of a second now of the race leader, Thomas Ronau. Here comes Thomas Miska, looking to the inside of the turn number 2. Can't make the move. Just clips the curb coming out of 2. Into turn 3. Now up the short chute towards turn number 4. Thomas Mixer. Go infield straight. That kink at turn 5. Now, hard on the brakes for turn number 6. Very tight, one of the tightest turns on the entire circuit. Through the kink at 7. Picking up speed now through turn 8. Flat out through turn number 9. Brave corner, hard on the brakes for 10. Now they double back turn 11. He doesn't look to the inside. Can he make a move going into turn 13? This is turn 12 now. Hard on the brakes again for 13. Now they set the kart up for 14 here. Run out very wide onto another lap. Last lap now. Ronau leads by 0.7 of a second. Over like Pereira in third. There goes Miska up the inside of turn number 1. Avolta retakes the position. The crossover move. Mixer couldn't quite get the kart slowed down on the apex. Avolta's having to defend, however. This is going to give Mixer one more chance at least. Does he do it? Now watch for the undercuts coming out of this next corner. He'll try and get a good run up the straight. Will he dive up the inside going into this next corner? He's thinking about it. The crossover move. Will try, not at this corner, but at this next corner now to get at the inside. Out of turn 8 rather. Turn 9, hard on the brakes, turn 10. The clock has struck 0. Side by side, the checkered flag is going to be coming out very shortly. Thomas Mixer. Can he get 4th place? Ronau wins, Lapnix second. It's a drag race to the line, and he does do it. Thomas Mixer for the Slovakia Kart Centre. He finishes 4th, Avolta is 5th, and Zoltan Lehmer 6th position, 3 wide across the line. Alexei Vetrenko is next. Makoto Kubo for Japan is 8th position. 9th was Thomas Burchard from the United States, and a top 10 for Kevin Andrea Maharo from Madagascar. Congratulations, Kevin. Madagascar get a top 10 result here in the Sodi World Series International Final. You can see there's Alexander Stiga from Ukraine and Mateus from Portugal. Vincent Heinz, Gonçalves, Pastor, Vela, Gerardus, Trump, Gonzalez Jimenez, Ressman, Radford, Clerici, Dascal, Niedermuller, Al-Zajali, Haddad, Phillips, Polimiru, and sadly Walid, Falata, and Sudi Logan failed to finish. Alexandros Polimiru also having to retire as well. So we've got a win for Poland, a win for Hungary, and a win for the Netherlands in the first 3 races. So the sprint drivers now have a brief moment of respite because the next heat race will be the kids, then the ladies, then the juniors. So in years past, but up until 2 years ago, ladies qualified for the main event, but looking at the number of female participants, it wasn't what the organisers, wasn't what Sodi Kart wanted to have. They wanted to have more ladies competing, so, and I know this will this will trigger a lot of people watching at home. Should the ladies have their own category, or should they be mixed in with the men? There's an argument for both. What it does mean, however, is that we have more female participants in this event, because of course there are female participants in the endurance race as well, and in the kids, the juniors. This means that we have more female participants than ever here in the Sodi World Series final. But it will be the kids up next. The kids are, well, we call them the kids. There are 60 juniors. The 30 lightest drivers are called kids. They run with a slightly different weight limit, you know, to make it fair than the rest of the juniors. So the kids, they are juniors, but we'll call them kids. That's the official title on the timetable. So we have the kid first heat race, then, and in total, there will be, having a little look, the kids will compete in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heat races for the kids, 5 for the women, 5 for the juniors. So every driver competes in 5 heat races today. Racing continues on until nearly 10 p.m. this evening. So, ladies and gentlemen watching on motorsport.tv, strap yourselves in. It's an awful long day of racing here at the Slovakia Ring. Here is a word from some of our sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The next race will be the kids. Their first of 5 12-minute heat races, and I shall take you through a list of the drivers in the kids. We've got Raphael Baltzar from Germany. We have Christian Beke from Slovakia. We have Sarian Bukowski from Poland. Simon Both from Slovakia. Mickey Brissenden from the United Kingdom. Vladimir Bruno from France. Celia Desauds from France. We also have Peter Fabry in this race. Peter Fabry in kart number 8. Then we have Akira Inoue from Japan. Vinko Jelic from Croatia. Timothy Kushniruk from Ukraine. Rodrigo Kekas from Latvia. As well as Oscar Lambert, and I think it was Oscar Lambert, racing for the UK, but based at the Dubai Autodrome. And I know that David Bright and the team at Dubai Autodrome will be watching Oscar Lambert compete. He competes in rental kart racing as well as road tax racing as well. And he is going to be, I think, starting from pole position in the next one. We also have Jerzicki Lukasz, Piasek Marcel. Yes, it will be. So, give you a rundown of the grid. Oscar Lambert and Jerzicki Lukasz on row number 1. Maximilian Sovic from Slovakia and Celia Desauds from France on row 2. Alessio Zacchi and Ageliki Nusapoulou from Greece is next. And Nikolai Vasilievskis and Simon Both from Slovakia next. And Raphael Baltzar from Germany, Vladimir Bruno from France, Christian Beke from Slovakia, Jack Stedman from United Kingdom. Then Piasiak Marcel and Alexei Mukin, Victor Nikolov, Mickey Brissenden, Rodrigo Kekas, Juras Mikos, Ryusai Takagi, Peter Fabry, Vinko Jelacic. So this event they got UK, Poland, United Arab Emirates, Slovakia, France, Italy, Greece, Germany, Bulgaria, Japan, Croatia, all represented at the top 20 on the grid. Just outside the commentary box window, I can see some of the very distinctive blue and white of the Greek karting team, the Hellas karting team, Mr. Vonsis. I've just realised he's been mentioned on the camera. Can't see him, but I can see him. Now he's looking over the barrier, see, well, where's the camera on me? Where's the camera? No, the commentator can see you, rolling a cigarette there on the balcony. He doesn't know that I'm in a darkened room just behind him. There we are. What a way to upset one of the drivers. Oh dear, it's going to be a long 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. Every driver will compete in 5 heat races today. Then we will have 12 hours endurance race tomorrow. And we appreciate all your support from around the world for getting to this point. So the kids are all right. Who sang that? That was an album cover. Kids are all right. Let's see, 12 minutes. They are in slightly different Sodi karts. You can see the different colours. But here we go. Next race For the first time in 2023, it's the kids. And they start now. There they are, those 30 brand new Sodi karts. Different engine, slightly different engine than the seniors, slightly lesser powered, so the karts are slightly slower, but still, as rental karts go, very, very fast indeed. You can see the Sodi kart officials there, just making sure that everything is mechanically sound. And, oh, that's Adam Lambert. No, that's the lead singer of Queen now. Oscar Lambert. I do apologise. Oscar Lambert there, hand in the air on the right-hand side, one of the staff members from the Slovakia kart ring, just bringing something to the attention of Sodi kart. And you will see one of the Sodi kart officials sprinting down the side, well, I say sprinting, maybe a brisk Gallic strut down the side of the grid. What was Oscar? Problem with the kart. He has a little look. Right, what's the problem? Kart appears okay. Now we are set to begin. Oscar Lambert, Jeriski Lukasz, Maximilian Sovic, Silia Desord, Alessio Zacchi, Agaliki Nusapulu, Nikolai Vasilievskis, Simon Both, Rafael Baltzar, Vladimir Bruno. Then on row 6, Christian Becker, Jack Stedman, Piasik Marcel and Alexei Mukin. Then Viktor Nikolov and Mikey Brizenden, followed by Rodrigo Kakers, Jurash Mikos, Ryusai Takagi, Peter February and Vinko Jelacic. That's the top 21 on this 30 kart grid, 12 minutes. The pace kart is going to bring them to the line. You can see these turquoise liveried Sodi karts. One of a number of different karts and engine size and configuration that Sodi kart offer to rental kart circuits around the world. Over 600 of them use the Sodi kart product. These are on the Honda 4-stroke, I believe, engines. So, Lambert, you can see with the purple race suit on. Oscar Lambert leads the 30 kart field out of turn number 9. Past the cornfields. I believe there's a cornfield next to the circuit. Through the Simon S's. Turns 12, 13 and 14. Kids Cup. Sodi World Series International Finals of 2023 is go! Lambert makes a good start. He has the lead going into turn number 1. And from the inside of row number 2, an even better start for Maximilian Sovic. So the local driver up into P2 and having a little look at the race lead going into turn number 1. But again, thought better of it, slotted back into line, didn't want to risk a collision on the very opening lap. Bouncing around 3 wide in the pack. Further back, look at this action, 4 wide now as they come through the infield hairpin, up the infield straight now, and they somehow get themselves into single file amongst the top 10 of them at least before they get to turn number 6, and they're still 2-3 wide, but again generally a very clean opening couple of laps for the drivers. As I say that, curse the commentator, somebody goes for a half spin at turn number 9 handle. These wraparound bumpers are getting a little bit of a workout early doors here, and all this, the back of the pack, and they're 4 wide. Look at that, 4 wide into turn number 13. But up at the front, we've got a lead breakaway, a train at the front. Mercy Sakes Alive, looks like we've got us a convoy. Lambert, Sovic, Vasilievskis, followed by Zachi, Baltzar, Lukash from the outside the front row of the grid. Jeriski Lukash falling back to 6th position. The Greek driver Nosopolo is next. Down the back of the field, Aruba's first ever junior driver. Again, great to see that not only Aruba have got the seniors here, but they've also got the juniors as well. Quick name check. But, yeah, for the first time ever, Haguen Orman for Aruba. He's back in 30th position at the moment, but he has got plenty of time to make progress. But Haguen Orman, the first ever junior driver for Aruba, racing here in the Sodi World Series International Finals. The leaders cross the line. Oscar Lambert, followed by Maximilian Sovic. Then it's Alessio Zacchi in 3rd. Rafael Baltzar is 4th. There is Baltzar with the black and orange Sodi race suit on. Behind Baltzar, it's Jerzyski Lukash. And a change the lead. Sovic goes to front for Slovakia on his local circuit. Maximilian Sovic leads Oscar Lambert. Lambert checks over his shoulder. Head down. This is great slipstreaming racing. And side by side for 5th position, Lukash trying to pass Baltzar. That'll slow them down. The top 5 have got a chance to break away here. And you see the drivers ducking their heads down behind the NASA panel to try and create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. And Lambert is not unduly concerned at the moment. 8.5 minutes remaining. He is within a car length of the race leader. Lukash in 4th position just sets the new fastest lap of the race, but that is taken away by Sovic, the race leader. 1 minute 13.96 seconds. On lap number 3, Sovic has the new fastest lap of the race. Lambert, I think, is probably content to try and push away here. He's a very experienced driver, both in rental kart racing and owner driver karting. So Lambert will be trying to use, he's got that XL Motorsport race suit on. That's the team that he competes with in the UAE. And Lambert, he knows that if he battles and goes side by side with Sovic, that is simply going to keep Zacchi, Baltzar and Lukash right in the mix, and he has the potential to not only lose 1 place but lose 3 or 4 if he just sits behind the race leader and tries to push Sovic away. Maybe in the next 7 minutes he'll get to a situation where it's just 2 of them battling for the race lead, and then Lambert can set about knowing that if he doesn't make the move, he's not going to get past and lose a position. Sovic, 1 minute 13.8. Lambert, 1 minute 14.0. Alessio Zacchi at kart number 30 in 3rd position actually is going quicker than Lambert in 2nd. So that driver there in P3 on your screen, there he is. Alessio Zacchi is closing. Baltzar and Lukash battling, and then this next group. So this is number 28 kart of Vasilievskis, to apologise. Then it's Both, Celia Desord, Christian Becke and Mikey Brissenden, the rest of the top 10. But this group now, this is Nikolai Vasilievskis. I will get it right by Saturday, I promise. Vasilievskis being pushed along by Slovakia's Simon Both. Then French lady Celia Desord just getting past there. Celia back at the inside, gets her elbows out, and tells Simon Both exactly, and Christian Becker exactly what she thinks of him. Mikey Brissenden now trying to go high, wide, and handsome through turn number 14, and Brissenden moves into P9. Lambert, meanwhile, has thought, right, okay, this Italian driver behind me is getting a little bit too quick for my liking. I will have to get back into the race lead, and he has done so. So it's Lambert, Sovic, Zacchi, Lukash, Baltzar, Vasilievskis. Looking back, Akira Inoue is in 30th position, the Japanese driver. Then it's Anastasios, Greek driver, Anastasios Pavlidis in 29th. 28th is Aruba's Gwyn Orman. And the battle for the lead still on. There is Zacchi. Now this is why Oscar Lambert decided to go for the race lead, because Maximilian Sovic is now the meat in the sandwich. Zacchi is within about 3 kart lengths, and if Sovic moves offline to try and make a move on Lambert and then has to brake and back out of the move, Zacchi can pounce and depose Sovic, but Sovic now beginning to push away again. Nikolai Vasilievskis into 6th position, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 13.828 seconds. Oh, Sovic runs a little bit wide there through turn number 3. And will he dive up the inside if he can into turn number 4? No, Lambert sticks the racing line. He's not defending his Oscar Lambert. Up the infield straight we go. Now out of turn number 8. 3.5 minutes to go. Rafael Baltzar in 5th position, just putting in a very quick lap, or put a very quick first sector, but not a factor for the race lead. All 30 drivers still running. We watch this fantastic close battle for first position. When is Sovic going to make his move? This is local circuit. Lambert, British driver based out at the Dubai Kartdrome. And Dubai Kartdrome, very much like this. It's a kart circuit, it's a leisure complex, it's a race circuit, all, in the same complex. And Sovic looking more and more aggressive as this race winds down. Zacchi still not in a position to pounce, and Zacchi has got the drivers in 4th position. Jezierski, Lukash and Rafael Baltzar closing back in on him. Vasilievskis is 6th, Both 7th, Desauds is 8th. Then Brissenden, Beke, Stedman, Bruno, Mukin, Nusapulu, Kushniruk, Bekowski, Nikolov, Marcel, Fabry, Takagi and the rest. But all eyes remain on this battle for the race lead through turn number 13, out of turn 14. 2 minutes to go. That probably means you've got about 2 laps of this race remaining. Lambert isn't defending just yet. Sovic is thinking to himself, okay, this is good. I'm going to continue to push. They are opening up a gap as driver number 10, Vinko Jelacic, gets a 10-second penalty for contact. The gap between the top 2 and Zacchi in 3rd has grown to 9/10 of a second. A bit further back, here is Celia, that was Celia Desauds trying to pass Mikey Brissenden. So the British driver up into 8th position. And a lot of people at Brentwood karting back in Essex cheering Mikey and the rest of the Brentwood karting crew along. But the race leader, Oscar Lambert, British flag next to his name, based out in the Middle East, in the UAE, trying to win one for the Dubai Kartdrome. So it's the Dubai Kart Drone versus the Slovak Kart Centre at the top of the order. This will be the start of the last lap. And it's a head-to-head fight. Lambert against Sovic. Into turn number 1. Sovic hangs on in second position. Sorry, Lambert hangs on the race lead. Sovic hasn't made his move yet. Lambert's going to have to get defensive. Now he defends. Takes a tighter line through turn number 3. He's going to have to hug the inside line into turn number 4. Watch for the crossover move coming out of this next corner. Sovic, I don't think, has got the momentum. Up the infield straight. Lambert early on the brakes. Now he swings out wide. Sovic trying to capitalise. Watch the crossover. Sovic is alongside, but he's going to have the outside line through turn number 8. Can he tuck up the inside into turn number 9? There are still plenty of opportunities left. Lambert defends. Sovic can't make a move, and watch behind as Lukáš and Baltzar start closing in. Lukáš and Baltzar closing in. We're going to have another drag race to the line through turn 13. Now, out of turn number 14, Oscar Lambert has done enough, takes the win in the opening Kids Cup race. In second place was Sovic for Slovakia. Jeriski Lukáš. Now, what happened? Alessio Zacchi dropped back on the last lap. Obviously, there was a commotion behind the leaders, but it was Lukáš that comes home in third. Fourth was Rafael Baltzar for Germany. Fifth for Simon Both. So Slovakia get 2 drivers in the top 5. Zacchi finished in 7th position. Vasilievskis was 7th. Celia Desord in 8th for France. Then Mikey Brissenden and Jack Stedman, 9th and 10th. Vladimir Bruno and Christian Becke were 11th and 12th. Alexei Mukin and Angeliki Nusapoulou for Greece, 14th. Timothy Kushninok, Sarian Bitkowski, Viktor Nikolov, Piasiak Marcel, Peter Fabry, Ryusai Takagi, Artsom Chbak. And then the rest of the finishes is Hagwin Orman for Aruba finishing in 26th position. Dimos Onsis finishing in 29th for Greeks. Inouye also finishing down at the bottom of the order. But there we go. That is the first Kids Cup heat race. We will see them plenty more times during the course of the day. Said awful lot of racing to get through on what was a very sunny morning, a little bit overcast now. I'm not quite sure what the overall forecast is, but we had a very, as the last night the Sodi kart officials were working on the karts at about, it was about 10 p.m. local time. We were treated to a very spectacular electrical storm. Hopefully we'll have a repeat of that, but certainly, visually very impressive. Operationally, in terms of getting karts on the circuit, wasn't that great, but the karts obviously were not on the track. That was 10 last night. But Oscar Lambert takes the win for Team Great Britain and for the United Arab Emirates. And now we look ahead to the next race. The next race will be the first race for the Ladies' Cup. 30 ladies set to go out. That will be your next race coming up very, very soon. This is the 2023 Sodi World Series International Finals from the Slovakia ring in Slovakia, just outside Bratislava on motorsport.tv. Don't go away.
Your boots are on fire. I'll make you jump like you touch a live wire. Ain't no sitting down when I get in the zone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's now the turn of the Ladies' Cup to get started. And again, this is the reason that we have an official Ladies' Cup for the second time in this event. Sodi Karts wanted to increase female participation because, of course, this sport is open and available to all. And although that, you know, motorsport is one of the very few types of sport that men and women can compete completely together, completely equally, because at the end of the day, the kart doesn't know what's driving it, whether it's a male or a female. The weights are all the same. However, over the first 10 years of the event, it was noticed that while there were female participants, there weren't as many, and to obviously promote rental karting, which of course is the first type of karting that most will experience, there are very few people in this world, they jump into, you know, a Rotax kart or a Miami kart for the very first time. Rental karting is where everybody discovers this sport for the first time, and we have a separate ladies class which is proving to be very, very popular indeed, and also in the any one of the 600 plus Sodi World Series affiliated kart centres around the world, indoor and outdoors. It is proving to be very popular as well, as we try to prove the split between male and female participation in this sport. So it's going to be Belgium's Louise Brown on pole, Marjolaine Martins from France on the outside of row number 1. Slovenia's Leah Tajdika will start third. The Czech Republic's Nicole Protivova will start on the outside of row 4. Now we're going back to the Sprint Cup kart, so that the Ladies' Cup race on the same Rotax 2-stroke powered karts as the drivers for the Sprint Cup participate in, and we have a slightly different weight limit to the main Sprint Cup drivers, but it's Brown, Martins, Tajdika, Protivova. Then it's the Netherlands' Debbie Wolfs, followed by Japan's Kaori Kato, Carla Fadej, Anna Iona Trombitas from Hungary, Croatia's Klara Mariratsa, and Slovakia's first driver, Stella Kurova. Now, we had a Bell crash helmets, where one of our sponsors very kindly donated a brand new crash helmet to the raffle that was held at the welcome party here at the circuit last night. Every single one of the 360 competing drivers had their name put in the raffle, and the first prize winner was Stella Kurova. So she has won herself a brand new Bell crash helmet, and she starts 10th in this race, just in front of Poland's Magdalena Daskal, France's Anne Fonteneu, then Aliska Lipalova from the Czech Republic, Alice Manetti from Switzerland, and Skala Lemko from Ukraine, Anna Rodeka from Poland, Rhea Shishakova from Bulgaria, and Abby Sanders from the United Kingdom, Ezra Altkiel from Saudi Arabia, and that both Ezra and her fellow Saudi countrywoman Farah Al-Youssef, that their participation here and the fact they have qualified in Saudi Arabia is extremely significant indeed for our sport on a much wider picture, a much wider sense. So we are welcome some of the first Saudi lady drivers to the Sodi World Series finals. There is a look at turn number 1. Many different countries represented, but it is going to be Louise Brown, driver number 94 3, who has pole position. Brown, you can see the hot pink race suit. Marjolaine Martins. The yellow crash helmet, the Sodi kart race suit, just reaching over. And they come to its Belgium versus France. In the front of the grid, Slovenia and the Czech Republic on row 2. The Netherlands and Japan, row 3. France and Hungary, row 4. Croatia and Slovakia, row 5. Poland, France, the Czech Republic, Switzerland, Ukraine, and the rest. 30 drivers. The Ladies' Cup, the second time I believe this has been a part of the Sodi World Series final on what is already a history-making weekend for this event. Into the tram lines we go. 12 minutes. Brown, Martins, Tajnika and the rest. Lights are out. We're off and no, it's a false start. It's a false start. The driver's not in the tram lines correctly. And they will go around again. Or maybe I did notice there were 1 or 2 drivers stalled the exit of pit lane. 1 or 2 kart problems, but they will have to get into the tram lines. Formation at the start. So, yellow flags waving, bringing the drivers back into formation. There are some of our circuit marshals. Now, yellow flags once again. Browner, Martins, Tajnikar, Protivova, Wolfs, Kato, Fade, Tompitas, Maderazza, Kurova, Daskal, Fontaneu, Libalova, Manetti, Lemko, Wodecza, Shishkova, Sanders, Altkiel, Maudrich and Kaldan, your top 21 drivers. The second time of asking, we go into the tram lines. This time the formation looks a lot better. Out onto the start-finish line. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter. Louise Brown leads them into turn number 1, but at the inside, that's Leah Tajnikar. All 3-4 wide coming out of turn number 1. Tajnikar takes the lead. So Slovenia have the advantage. Tajnikar late on the brakes into turn number 1. Now we go through turn number 4. 3-4 wide back in the pack. And up towards turn number 4 we go on the first time. Browner, I'm looking at there. Oh, side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel contact there. Up in towards turn number 6, that right-hander. Oh, and synchronized spinning in the pack there. 2 drivers coming together. A lot of bumping and barging as somebody taking to the grass there. That's, well, talk about thinking outside the box. Unfortunately, that doesn't do these 2-stroke Rotax engines any good. And now we'll have to wait to see where is our pole sitter, Louise Browner. I am just looking to see, well, Louise Browner, she has dropped out of the top. Look, they crossed the line to complete lap number 1. Browner still has the advantage. Well, I thought Tajnikar had taken the lead. Tajnikar has dropped back to 5th position in amongst all that chopping and changing. It's Browner, Debbie Wolfs up into P2 in kart number 92. Magdalena Daskal is up into 3rd position. 4th is Marjolaine Martins. Then Leah Tajnikar, all 30 drivers successfully completing the opening lap, and side-by-side action down towards turn number 6. And Browner, Wolfs, Daskal, Martins, Tajnikar, Kurova, Fontaneo, Abby Sanders up into 8th position. And behind Abby, it's Fade Maziano, and the rest side by side trying to grab a number on those drivers. Can't quite see. These are quite small numbers on the front of an all karts. Look, I to go, but that is undoubtedly the number 93 cart of our race leader, Louise Brown, who has just set a 106.270. So, before, if anybody wants to go and check, these are the same carts, same engines as the Sprint Cup. So, with the comparison of the lap times, you will see that the front runners of this class are running exactly the same pace as the front runners in the Sprint Cup class. Carla Fade in 8th position. This is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. So this is side by side. Look at that. Oh, and I believe that is Carla Fade making a move there. Abby Sanders also in this group for the British team. And trying to pick out, there's the driver with the blue and red race suit on there, the black crash helmet with the big white star. I think that is Carla Fade. The top two, here's 3rd, 4th, and now here the battle for 6th position. And no, that's 6th position is Daskal, Fonteneo, Sanders, Kurova, Maraziano, Libalova and Prodvitova, with Maria Kaldan next. Oh, and one driver getting forced a little bit wide there. Number 97 is the driver with the black crash helmet and the white star. That's Aliska Libalova from the Czech Republic. So Libalova from the Czech Republic, just this battle going on just behind him. But that is between and Kaldan, Nicole Provitova and Maria Kaldan, Czech Republic versus Poland there on your screens. And that's Provitova running wide and now getting caught and getting passed around the outside by the driver of cart 102. That's Kayla Lemko moving up a couple of positions there. Back up at the front, Louise Browner leads by 1.5 seconds over Debbie Wolfs. Marjolaine Martins in 3rd position has just set the fastest lap of the race. 105.650 for Marjolaine Martins. And she is now within 1.2 seconds of Debbie Wolfs, who has fallen back to nearly 2 seconds behind Louise Browner. Side-by-side action, the number 96 cart, that is Manetti. Now looking to the inside, 3 wide, and Manetti trying to get past Nikolova and Abby Sanders. I think Abby Sanders there just in front of Manetti now, and Alicia Libalova was exit stage left briefly. She ran very wide, maybe was given a little bit of assistance, but Abby Sanders in cart 111. Here is your race leader going through turn number 1 and closing in. The battle for 2nd place could be on pretty much soon. Tajnikar all her own in 4th position. Carla Fade all her own in 5th. Here's 6th, 7th, 8th. Oh, 7th position. That is Anais Fonteneo running wide there in the white and pink race suit. Anais Fonteneo losing 1 position. Lucky not to lose it more. Now we look back at the battle between Fonteneo and Fonteneo now picking up a position again, and I think that may have been Abby Sanders. 3 wide into turn number 7. There's still 3 wide. They're going to make this work through turn number 7. Someone's going to get exit stage right, and it turned out I think that may have been the Ukrainian driver who was forced wide there. But look at this! And a spin, and those who are saying that the Ladies' Cup isn't going to be as aggressive as the main Sprint Cup, it's just as, if not a little bit more aggressive. Alice Bonetti, Aliska Libalova and Kayla Lemko getting involved there as we're down to the final 5 minutes of this race. Louise Brown leads by 2.3 seconds, followed by Debbie Wolfs, Marjolaine Martins, and looking down, all 30 drivers still running. One of our Saudi ladies is down in 30th. And Farah Al Youssef, I think, has dropped back to 30th position. And still the battles go on in the middle of the pack. That is the side-by-side action there. Dive bomb up into turn number 5. Here's the exit of turn number 8 through turn number 9. And this is still battle just outside the top 10. So this is Kaldan, Vodeka, Daskal, Margot Beal, Lemko, Livalova, Trompitas, and our only Malaysian lady in the race, Leona Chin Liwai. Leona Chin in 19th position, which is very respectable indeed in this 30 kart field. Less than 4 minutes to go. See across the bottom of your screen. Al Youssef back in 30th position. Spike from Latvia is 29th. But Alice Manetti is the driver in the yellow race suit. So Manetti in the pink and white charmer, the yellow race suit, that is 10th position. So just behind Manetti, the red neck brace on, that is UK's Abby Sanders. Manetti closing in on Rosanna Marziano from Italy in 9th position. There's your race leader. So that is Brown. Now 3.1 seconds ahead of Wolves, Martins, Tajnika, Fadej, Kurova. So Slovakia's leading driver in this race is in P6, Stella Kurova. Nicole Potipova from the Czech Republic is next. And this battle we're watching is for second position. This is Debbie Wolfs and Marjolaine Martins. They are 3 seconds in arrears of Louise Brown. Wolfs holding on to P2 with 2.5 minutes to go. Martins runs in 3rd position. They are 2 seconds in front of Leah Tajnikar, so they are not too concerned about being caught. So they can, and just the foreground there, you can see that midfield battle. Drivers still trying to go 3 wide. Couple of spins going on. But Brown, in a class of her own at the moment, dominating this race in the very same way that Kuba Pachulski dominated the opening Sprint Cup heat race earlier on. Brown, won't be noticing what's going on behind her. This is what's going on behind her. Debbie Wolfs still defending well against Marjolaine Martins. Martins, though, just dropping off by a couple of kart lengths this time around. We've got 90 seconds to go. And Louise Brown, her fast lap of the race, 105.326 seconds. Out of the Simon is named after the circuit. 13 and 15. Less than a minute to go. This will be starting the last lap. This is lap 11 of what will be an 11-lap race. Wolves do to hold on through two. Marjolaine Martin. Couple of kart lengths to close up to put herself a dive. Now she gets a good exit out of turn number 3. Looks to the inside. Wolves under a bit of pressure. Debbie Wolfs defend a little bit. Out of turn 4, up the straight towards turn 5. Martins checks over her shoulder just to see where her nearest rival is. The answer is still right there through turn 8. Now, through the flat out turn number 9. Louise Brown from Belgium will take the win. Who is going to be second, Wolfs or Martins? Up towards 11. I thought that Martins there was going to stick one up the inside of Wolfs, but Wolfs covered the inside line eventually, holds on, but the checkered flag comes out, and it is a win for Louise Brown. Belgium take the win. Second for the Netherlands and Debbie Wolfs. Marjolaine Martins third for France. Leah Tanjikar for Slovenia is fourth. Then Carla Fadej for France in fifth. Stella Kurova finishes P6 for the host nation, Slovakia. Nicole Protivova for the Czech Republic is next along to take the checkered flag. But permanent victory for Louise Brown in the opening Ladies Cup race. And here's a full rundown of the finishing order. Anne Montenegro in 8th, Rosanna Marciano in 9th, Alice Manetti rounds out the top 10, and of Abby Sanders, Maria Kaldan in P12, then Anna Vodica, Anna Iona Trompitas, then it's Lemko, Palchik, Nibalova, Biel, Maderatsa, Petrovic, Kato, Aldkiel, Shishkova, Ben Wast, Modric, Furaday, Chin, Liwio, Spike, Daskar, and Al Youssef. 30 drivers started, 30 drivers finished. That was the opening Ladies Cup race of the day. We've got one race to go before we have a break here at the circuit for lunch, and that will be the first junior race of the day. But before we do that, let me tell you a little bit about the history of this circuit, and if you are a driver that maybe wants to enter a Sodi World Series event and come to visit Slovakia, let me enlighten you a little bit. Thank you very much to the very hard-working marketing team here at the Slovakia Ring. Well, like we said, this circuit opened in 2019. The then FIA president, Jean Todt, made the official opening. It's not just this 1,172 metre circuit that you see on your screen. There's a 5.6 kilometre FIA grade 2 race circuit just across the way on the same complex. The second longest FIA graded circuit in Europe, not including, of course, the Nordic Life, but it's second in length only to Spa-Francorchamps. There is a hotel here. The main building you can see on your screen underneath it, that is where the corporate carts here are held. There are restaurants, bars, spectating all the way across the top of the thing. Now, nearby, we are about 30 kilometers outside the capital city of Slovakia, Bratislava. I flew in to Vienna airport yesterday, and it's just over an hour away on the highway from Vienna. So if you're looking to come in Europe but you can't get a flight directed to Bratislava, then Vienna is only an hour and a half away. I have to say, the drive out to the circuit yesterday from Vienna airport was absolutely, and the countryside, the local countryside here, is worth seeing, I have to say. A very, very beautiful part of Eastern Europe. Near to the circuit, it's not just the kart track that is local of interest. Now, some of the drivers tomorrow, some of the drivers in the Junior Cup and the Sprint and the ladies, they're not in tomorrow, it's just the endurance. So a lot of the people that have travelled from all over the world here, they will be going to the nearby Malkia Park, which is a big cat sanctuary, not like Tiger King, a proper one. It's a big cat sanctuary. It's the biggest private zoo in Slovakia. It's only a 5-minute walk away. Now, we talk about the Rotax roar in karting. A lot of these karts are powered by Rotax engine, but if you do hear a roar here at the circuit, it may not be one of the engines. It could be one of the lions that are situated just 5 minutes away. There's also a very, very, and again, a very historically important military museum nearby, and of course that tells you a lot about, you know, the history of this region. Now, there is a track walk available tomorrow between 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. Not quite sure. Track walk. Oh, that will be the big track. The big track. You can walk the big track tomorrow evening, but here at the circuit, you can't be walking the small track because we're going to have a 45 team endurance race going on tomorrow. Speaking of endurance racing, this circuit does have one karting world record to its name. It had the largest number of karts in an endurance race on the same race. 60 karts raced in one of the local qualifying races for this event. That is the biggest karting field for the Sodi World Series Endurance Championship qualifiers. So, if you are planning on a trip to Bratislava, this circuit, about 25 minutes outside of the capital, opened in 2019, and it is open for the public. Again, €30 for 30 minutes. That is just some of the history. Tomorrow, well, unfortunately, I won't be able to go to Malkia Park, the big cat tank, because I'm going to be joining you here on motorsport.tv for the 12-hour endurance race. But a lot of drivers and their families will be sampling Malkia Park and the local military museum. But in the meantime, we've got one race to go before the lunch break. It is the Junior Cup opening heat race. You can see the drivers having their briefing. That race will be up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking a check for the race of this morning's session. Just for the paddock, I mentioned a track walk. The circuit owners here, normally the main Slovakia ring circuit is fully booked on a Friday evening, but they have closed the circuit just for you guys. So tomorrow evening, anyone here, drivers, their family members that aren't competing tomorrow, or even endurance drivers that aren't out on track at that time, for free, you can do a lap of the circuit, walk it, run it, take a scooter or a bike out to experience the second longest FIA Grade 2 circuit in Europe for free. You just need to assemble behind the main grandstand here, speak to the circuit owners, and they will tell you. But yes, it's an exclusive and a very rare opportunity for everybody here, part of the Sodi World Series finals, for free to do a lap, a walking lap, a cycling lap, a scooter lap of the main race circuit. So that will take place between 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. tomorrow. One race to go this morning, be a lunch break, and afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are watching on motorsport.tv, I will try and tell you. Let's have a look. This afternoon we have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24 more races to go at the end of this one. Here we go then. It's Jeremy Montgomery Swan, another driver representing the Dubai Kartdrome. On pole position, Zimowit Vera from Poland, Luka Korsi, Nik Kosanina, Oscar Vedlin, Ivan Koptiev, Richard Benka, Nolan Dufour-Picot, Malik Mustafa, Olivier Kanilovic, Leon Schmid, Igor Polak, Ahmed El Sisi, the only driver here representing the Kingdom of Egypt, Joel Gonçalves, Emil Forker, Elsa Salberg, Timeo Tayen, Kristaps Tennis, Anne Mayen, Istvan Vas, and Andrea Maranconi, the top 21 drivers on the grid for this one. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, kart number 19. Again, representing the Dubai Kartdrome, Yas Kart Circuit. Very popular track. In fact, Dubai Kartdrome is visited by the who's who of international motorsport, Hollywood superstars, all heading that way, all probably watching this event to cheer on Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who has the race lead. Off we go. Montgomery Swan, the white race suit, green and white suit, white crash helmet, takes the race lead, I believe, through turn number 1. And in second position, I think, is that Luka Korsi, the red race suit. We will pick up the numbers as they go through. 3 wide, very orderly start, actually. I have to say, the juniors, so far, 3 corners in, behaving impeccably. It'll all go wrong in this corner, I'm sure, now I've said that. They're all behaving still. 30 of them out towards turn number 4. Move for second place. That, I think, was Ziomit Vera. Having a little look at the inside of Luka Korsi. Out of that pack, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and a spin. Oh, that driver's going to get collected. And side on contact there. Everyone gets going. Hopefully, look back there. Yep, all drivers do get going again. Somebody, though, will name check on that driver that obviously went into the stranded sideways cart. That driver, I think it may have been, well, let's have a look. Montgomery Swan leads. Vera second. Nolan Dufour-Picot is. Here's the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and that is Nik Kosanina. Having a little look at the inside, the orange crash helmet. Kosanina. It was Alessandro Grilli who was the driver that went into the spun driver on the opening lap. But Grilli, the Italian driver, up and running. Side by side. This is the battle for third place. Kosanina in the orange crash helmet makes the move. Black crash helmet of Dufour-Picot down into P4. Then that red race suit, that looked like Luka Korsi in the red race suit in fifth. Then Oscar Vedlin in the black race suit, white. More action. There we go. That is Kosanina back up the inside. Sorry. So it's a Kosanina in the orange. In third position, Dufour-Picot in the black crash helmet in fourth in kart number 6. Luka Korsi in kart number 5 is the third car in that train, but up at the front, Zimowit Vera is closing in on our race leader as we got more 3-wide action going off into turn number 2. And Montgomery Swan maintains his advantage. Further back, is that Ahmed El Sisi? I think looking down, Adam El Kurd, the only American driver in the race, down in 25th position. Ahmed El Sisi in kart number 8. Tree and Fine driver who's very experienced. I think he was still racing as a junior back in 2019, so he's very young then. Oh, and here's some, oh dear, those two drivers couldn't quite see the numbers on the cut, but they were not doing themselves any favours. both aiming for the same piece of tarmac, and it didn't end well for either of them. The good news is there is 8.5 minutes of this race still remaining, as Montgomery Swan lead only by 0.2 of a second from Vera, and Vera, well, they're both being caught now by the driver in third place, driver number 15, orange crash helmet. That is Slovenia's Nik Kosina. Malik Mustafa gets a 10-second penalty. The Saudi driver, Malik Mustafa, up into 7th position. He's not going to be in 7th any longer when he has that penalty applied, obviously for some contact, but new fastest lap of the race. That's actually dropped him to 22nd. So my timing screen, and you can see Malik Mustafa's name dropping off the chart. You see a 20th now, but he's 22nd on my timing screen. So the penalties are applied mid-race, and I can tell you, so which is really helpful. So, you know, you can see where the driver is racing on the track, but also on the timing screen along the bottom, you can see where that driver is classified after her penalty has been applied. And Malik Mustafa, well, the quicker the Malik Mustafa goes now, he will pick up places as long as he keeps it clean, of course. There is Mustafa, you can see number 20 in that lime green and black crash helmet. He's battling on circuit, but he's 7th on the road, and you can see him again dropping down the order. Now he has picked up some time, but obviously the carts at the back of the field will sort of fade away a little bit. Malik Mustafa will gradually move up the order as he puts more than 10 seconds between himself and some of the back markers. There, in the purple and gold liveried Praga race suit, the white crash helmet, that is Egypt's Ahmed El Sisi. Up into P7 in the race behind Luca Corsi. You're not missing anything at the front of the race. We hit the half distance mark. Jeremy Montgomery Swan still leads Ziomit Vera by about 1/10 of a second, if that. It's nose tail, could not be closer, but Vera is trying to push away. Nik Kosina is right behind them in third position. Then it is Nolan Dufour-Pecot. Ivan Kopchev from Ukraine is 5th. Luca Corsi, you can see the front of this group with that very distinctive, the Italian flag down the stripe down the front of his crash helmet there. That is Luca Corsi in cart number 5. He is 6th ahead of LCC. Or has that been a change? No, sorry, that is a change. That is Vera. Do apologise. That's Ziomit Vera, who has just taken the lead of the race. And now Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Nik Kosina are getting involved. That's going to open the door to Nolan Dufour-Pecot. A new leader, Ziomit Vera. New second place driver, Nik Kosina. Apologise. Jeremy Montgomery Swan fights back though to retake third position. So already Vera pulling away from Kosina, Swan, Dufour-Pecot. Kopchev runs behind these four in 5th position. So a lead quartet now coming out of the final corner. Across the start-finish line. Ziomit Vera leads. Nik Kosina, 2nd. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 3rd. Nolan Dufour-Pecot in 4th. It's Poland leading Slovenia, leading the United Kingdom and the United Arab Emirates, and France in Europe. Into turn number 4. We go up the infield straight, 3 minutes to go. Nik Kosina looking to the inside on Ziomit Vera, new leader, Slovenia's Nik Kosina. Side by side for third place very briefly. Kosina now beginning to try and pull away. Ziomit closing in through turn number 9. You could see the slipstream effect working under braking. into turn number 8. He runs a little bit wide. That's going to cost him a bit of time. It's going to allow Cosenina to pull away. It's going to help the race leader. Just that tiny little mistake there for Vera. And it's cost him. Montgomery Swan will now need to get on the rear bumper. 3 minutes to go. Watch Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He will hook up onto, put his nose onto the rear bumper of the car in front of him just to help push his rival along, to help push his rival up towards the race leader. They will work together. This is classic karting slipstreaming action. Through turn number 5 we go. Sorry, turn number 3 up into turn number 4. The top 4 still nose to tail. Behind this group is Luka Corsi, Koptiev, Vedlin, Kanilovic, LCC, Benka, Schmid, Forker, Sugawara, Levente, Polak, Gonzalez, Vass, Trevisani, Mayen, Marangoni, and Mustafa. That's your top 21. This is the lead battle. 30 drivers started this race. 30 drivers are still running. Kristaps Tennis from Latvia has obviously had a spin and has fallen right to the back of this field. Running in 30th at the moment. 2 minutes to go. It's Cosenina leading Vera, Montgomery Swan, and Dufour Pecco. Across the line, head down. You can see the driver in 4th place. Nolan Dufour Pico trying to get his crash helmet just behind the steering wheel, just to make sure the airflow, because the carts in front of him are creating a bit of a vortex. Yes, these are only rental carts, but they're still very quick. So he is trying to like cut through the air. As a change, there goes Vera back to the inside. Montgomery Swan capitalizes. Can Montgomery Swan is 3 wide. Here comes Nolan Dufour Pico, 3 wide for second. Dufour Pico goes from P4 to P2 in one move. But this does mean that Zimovic Vera has a handy little advantage as we head into the final minute of this race. They will get to the they will get the start finish line before the clock strikes 0. They'll be going on to their last lap now, very shortly. Cosenina now back in 4th position. He's gone from 1st to 4th in the space of a couple of corners. 1 lap to go. It's Vera leading Dufour Pico, leading Montgomery Swan, leading Cosenina. Through turn number 2, still the Polish driver. Zimovic Vera has the advantage now. Look at this, with help from Montgomery Swan. Well, Montgomery Swan was trying to work with Dufour Pico. He then slides to the inside to take 2nd position away going into turn number 3. Dufour Pico now having to defend 3rd position from Cosenina, and Montgomery Swan will now try and take the lead away from Zimovic Vera coming into half a lap to go. Watch the crossover. Montgomery Swan is alongside, but he's going to have to take the outside line. Cosenina is going to block his run, and Cosenina is going to snatch 2nd, is he? Through the flat out turn 9. It's now side by side for 3rd between Cosenina on the inside, Dufour Pico on the outside. And look at Malik Mustafa. He's got a time penalty, but he is now trying to finish on the road into 4th position. But it looks like it's going to be Poland's Zimovic Vera, or is it Montgomery Swan's going to get a run? So is Nick Cosenina. Drag race to the line, and it's going to be Vera who takes the win by 11 hundredths of a second from Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Cosenina finishes in 3rd position. Nolan Dufour Pecco is 4th. Luka Corsi finishes P5 ahead of Oscar Vedlin, Olivier Kanilovic, Richard Benkner. Now we saw the number 20 car there celebrating. That's Malik Mustafa celebrating a top 4 finish on the road, the Saudi Arabian driver. Saudi Arabia's first international podium in karting back at MENA Nations Cup in Oman last November. Sadly, Malik Mustafa will be classified 19th. But a great top 12 result for Egypt's Ahmed Steve. As we look down, there's Malik Mustafa, 19, to that 10-second penalty. You can see, if it wasn't for that 10-second penalty, Malik Mustafa would have finished 0.327 seconds off the lead of this race. Tennis finishes in P30. Elson Albert, finished in P6. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion this morning's racing here at the Slovakia Ring. We have 24 more races to bring you this afternoon on WFR Live TV and around on motorsport.tv. We appreciate everything that motorsport.tv have done to help promote this event. And we appreciate every one of you back home, wherever you are in the world, whether you're family members and friends of drivers that are competing, or whether you're some of the rivals who race in Sodi World Series qualifying events and just missed out on qualification for this event, but you're cheering on some of the drivers that you race against in your local circuit. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we'll be back. Please keep an eye on the track at the timing screen to let you know when we'll be back. We'll be back this afternoon for the rest of the heat races here in the 2023 Sodi World Series International Finals at the Slovakia karting circuit in Bratislava. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a glimpse at last year's Sodi World Series International Finals, which took place in Paris, France. This year, it's the Slovak karting ring, just outside Bratislava, the Slovakia ring, to give it its full name. The first time since the 12-year history of this event that has taken place outside of France or Italy. And we are now getting set for the main bulk of today's racing. 24 heat races to bring you. Every driver has competed in one heat race. Now, the Sprint Cup drivers, they have 4 heats remaining. There'll be 3 this afternoon and then 1 this evening. For the kids, the juniors and the ladies, they have 3 heat races. They have 4 as well. So it's 4 races for everybody still remaining. It's an awful lot of track time. 24 races to go, taking you all the way to about 10 p.m. local time here this evening. There is a driver parade in between, but we will be focusing here on motorsport.tv on racing on track. The next heat you will see will be groups A and E in the Sprint Cup. Forget, 90 drivers split into 6 groups after yesterday's qualifying session. There goes Thomas Perican from Sodi Karts, who is in charge of the Sodi Kart department here. Enzo Laplazette, also from 3MK Events and Sodi Karts. This is a 3MK Events promotion. The live streaming brought to you by WFR Live TV. The broadcast on motorsport.tv going to a global audience around the world. My name is Henry Baudet, and it's a great honor to be able to bring you this event. Kuba Pachulski, who dominated his opening heat earlier this morning, will start from pole position. He was the outright pole sitter after qualifying, so he leads Group A. Kevin Tovenin, he will start 4th for France. He won his earlier heat race. Lineup we will bring you, but it is Kuba Group and on 1 Lowski and Kevin Tovenin on row number 2. Alexis Mellis and Jack Williamson on row number 3. Look at the full starting line. Latvia's Davis Zalman and Hungary's Tibor on row number 4. Then Bastian Mounier and Dominic Oriskovic. Etienne Huytens and Christian Kopacci. Laurent Carrier and Olivier Laurenson. Then Gregor Kapala, Harry Soninen, Bor Kolmanic, Alexis Yanin, Anthony Chavan, Adam Ben Haj, Jonathan Sodakist will start 22nd on what will be, I believe, a 30-strong starting lineup. Sadly, 2 drivers, Hamza from Morocco and another one of our drivers from the UAE couldn't get here, so we are down to 88 drivers in the Sprint Kart, the Sprint Cup category. Now, my timing in kart number 7 hasn't made it out of the grid. Don't know where Jack is or whether it's a transponder glitch. Apex timing, bringing you all the timing and scoring. Tonteo and Mathieu in the timing and scoring building, doing a fantastic job. But 12 more minutes of action. They're behind the pace cart. Kuba Pachulski, Taruki Nobe on the front row of the grid. Sidlowski and Tovenin on row number 2. Out of turn 14 through turn number 15. White crash helmet. Kuba Pachulski leads them to the line. And it's a false start. It's a false start. And certainly Jack Williamson does not appear to be on the grid. He has not come up on time in scoring. He should be starting on the inside of row number 4. 7th position. See that Alexis Mellis in that yellow and black race suit is there. Williamson should be on the outside of row number 3, so behind Kevin Tovanin. But looks like Tibor Ua is the driver outside of row 3, so oh dear, maybe a problem for the British driver. Hopefully not a serious one. So for the second time, Poland's Kuba Pachulski will bring them around. Black race suit, white crash helmet. There on the outside of the front row, Taruki Nobe from Japan. The second Polish driver, just behind his countryman in the more traditional Polish race suit colours of white and red, the white crash helmet, that is Adam Sidlowski, with Kevin Tovanin from France on the outside of row number 2. Now, formation, will the formation look better? It does appear as though this formation looks a lot tighter. They come into the tram lines. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing. Sidolski leads them, and it is Sidolski into turn number 1. Look at that, 5-6 wide. Carts running wide. Think that might have been Adam Sidlowski running very wide and losing a lot of positions. Going behind the stanchion there for the second time today. And it's very, very aggressive coming out of turn number 3. The lead, that's the first 6 drivers are already clear because of this huge gaggle. 7th place on back, and I think that Adam Sidlowski, who got up into second position going into turn number 1, then ran wide, then was forced well offline, has plummeted down the order. Davis Zalmans has made a very good start. The Latvian driver in cart number 20, new leader. Pachulski is down to 3rd. As we complete lap number 1. So, Pachulski dominated the opening race. He's not going to dominate this one because it's Bastien Mounier who has the advantage from Davis Zalmans. Zalmans, though, gets overtaken going into turn number 1, but Pachulski then runs wide coming out of that corner and gets forced back to 3rd. So it is Mounier, Zalmans, Pachulski, then Christian Kopacki in 4th position for Poland, followed by Laurent Carrier from France in 5th. Bor Kolmanic has retired on the opening lap. You can see Kutch behind the stanchion. Of course, Jack Williamson did not get... Oh, and there's a dive bomb. Pachulski up the inside and elbows Bastien Mounier out of the way, and Davis Zalmans from Latvia takes the lead of the race. And in 4th position, Christian Kopacki trying to get involved as well. Mounier's down to 3rd, and Pachulski, after I think he might have missed his braking point there going into that hairpin. He's there running, he briefly retakes the lead, but now back to 2nd, so it's Zalmans from Pachulski, from Mounier. What will Bastien Mounier have to say about that somewhat aggressive move? Well, there we go. That is what Bastien Mounier had to say as he went through turn number 1. He just eased Pachulski wide. Pachulski back to P4 and running wide in 5th position. That was Etienne Huytens in cart number 88 for Team Belgium. And there's more action. Mounier gets shuffled again. The Latvian, who now has a commanding advantage. It's anyone's guess who's second. There is the Belgian driver in that traditional Belgian livery. My wreck into 3rd position. By time here as the rest of the 10 set about the Polish driver. They cross the line to complete lap number 3. The 2 onto the 3rd lap, and it's onto the complete lap number 3. My apologies. It is Zalmans, Kopacci, Alexis Mellis up into 3rd position. Mellis, then Chevasson, Mounier, Etienne Huytens, and Pachulski down to 7th. So apologies, it's Alexis Mellis in that Belgian livery race suit. Why a Frenchman is driving the Belgian colours, anyone's guess. But this is there in P3 now, side by side. Oh, 3 right there, that was a bit naughty. And turn 6 seems to be a favoured point for the lick the stamp and send it to Brigade. And as we look back now at Etienne Huytens in 6th, Pachulski down in 7th, Laurent Carrier 8th, Oris Kovic is 9th, Davor Repnik up into 10th, 11th, well, Kevin Tuvenin is up to 9th now, so he had a poor start. Now he's trying to fight his way back. Keep an eye out for cart number 3. Adam Sedlowski is down in 15th position after that first turn incident. And now there is that Tuvenin in the white-backed blue sleeve, white and blue race suit. Coming into turn number 6. I think that is Tuvenin with Davor Repnik right behind him. David Zalmans leads by 1.2 seconds. Oh, 2 carts off in the background there. Taruki Nobe is one of them. So from the front row of the grid, the Japanese driver, he's not one of those 2 carts. That's Gregos Kapala and Harry Suoninen. But Taruki Nobe also involved in that incident and has dropped out of the top 10. Here's your race leader, now being closed on by Alexis Mellis. Mellis, 105.337 seconds. New fastest lap of the race. Anthony Chevasson is up into P3. Christian Kopacci is 4th. Kuba Pachulski is back into 5th position. So Pachulski, there he is. He's under pressure here. He actually loses a place. There's the pole sitter in car number 13. A lot of this action deep in the pack. Drivers trying to gain as many points as possible. At the end of the 5 heats that each driver competes in, they'll be given an intermediate points classification, and that will decide the grid for the 3 super heats tomorrow, which you will also score points in. The combined points from the heats and the super heat will decide which 30 drivers go into the A final, which 30 go into the B final, and the remaining drivers, they will have to make do with the C final. So even if Tibor Uba, the Hungarian driver that started up on the 6th row, on the front 6 on the grid, he has dropped down to about 28th position. good move to shakers. Saad Al Munajem from Saudi Arabia up into 16th position. And Ace. For 4. Still, David Zalman's lead. Now within a tenth of a second, here we go. Battle is on, 4 minutes remaining. It's Zalmans against Melis, Shavasson third, Pachulski fourth, Kapachi fifth, then Bas. It's Kovic seventh, there's the move. Alexis Melis up the inside, and there we go, very sporting. He lets Zalman back into the race. Knew there was contact. It has done though, it slowed the pair of them down, and it has brought Anthony Shavasson right into the picture. Shavasson's going to take advantage. He tries to go from third to first, and Anthony Shavasson takes the lead of the race. David Zalmans back to third. Alexis Melis up in the second position. Watch for the fourth cart. That's Kuba Pachulski. Pachulski now third. Side by side, he loses the place coming out of the hairpin. Pachulski regains third position, but it's now a France 1-2. It's Shavasson leading Melis with 3 minutes to go. Pachulski is third. Zalmans, previous race leader, is down to fourth. Then it's Kapachi, Mounier, Oriskovic, Tuvenin, Carrier, and the recovering Adam Sidlowski at top 10. The top two trying to break away, going into turn number 3. Oh, Pachulski under an awful lot of pressure in that number 13 cart. He has got David Zalmans chewing all over his rear bumper like a, well, very hungry person. Mounier in the orange and white race suits is next. Bastien Mounier, that's 6th position. He's actually got past Christian Kapachi, so Kapachi, Mounier down to 5th, Kapachi in the number 38 cart down into 6th position. Oriskovic for Croatia is 7th. Gregor Kapala and Harry Suunanen recovering there in 27th and 28th positions after their spin earlier on. But now that multicoloured, that pink and yellow crash helmet, Anthony Shavasson leading countryman Alexis Melis into turn number 3. Kuba Pachulski, the pole sitter, has just set a new fastest lap. 105.049 seconds. Don't forget, the drivers are all competing different karts to the ones that they raced in the first heat. So, oh, Mounier at the inside of David Zalmans, and I'm not quite sure how happy Zalmans is that move from Bastien Mounier. It does move Bastien into P4, however, and it drops Zalmans down to P6 because Christian Kopachi also was able to get through. Now behind them, that's Oriskovic losing to Kevin Tuvenin. So Tuvenin up in the 7th position as we're now starting what will be the final lap. Anthony Shavasson, Alexis Melis, Kuba Pachulski, Bastien Mounier, Christian Kopachi, David Zalmans, Kevin Tuvenin, then Oriskovic, Carrier, Sidlowski, Hoytens, Repnik, Yanin. The battle is on for 4th position rather. The battle is not over for the race lead really. Although Shavasson still has 5 or 6 cart lengths. Now what Anthony Shavasson does not want to do, he does not want to defend at this point. They go out of turn number 8. Melis racing, Pachulski in 3rd. But Shavasson, and a little bit cautious under the brakes there, going into the Simon S's. They come out of turn 11, and Melis will look into the final corner. I don't think he will. He's not quite close enough. Anthony Shavasson takes the race victory. Melis 2nd, Pachulski 3rd. Then it's Mounier in 4th. Kopachi is 5th. Zalman, who led so much of this race, has to make do with 6th position. 7th is Kevin Tomanen. 8th for Laurent Carrier. Dominik Oriskovic is 9th. Adam Sidlowski is 10th. Etienne Hoytens is 11th. Davor Ratnik comes home in P12. And behind them, Alexis Yanin, Adam Ben Haj, Saad Al Munajem. Saudi Arabia is 15th. Then Taruki Nobe from the front row down to 16th position. Olivier Laurenson from Switzerland is next. Daniel Lashin, Etienne Meyrand, and Chile's Diego Gallegos rounds out the top 20 finishers. There is a look at the remaining runners. Abdulaziz Al Saud, 22nd, Thibaut Ua, Stefan Marudov, Juan Esteban Cho, Jonathan Sodakist, and then Harry Swonen and Gregos Kapala. The remaining finishers, sadly, Bor Kolmanich and Jack Williamson failed to finish. That is the first race of the afternoon in the books. Next race will be starting very shortly. Sprint Cup Group C and F are the next drivers set to go out. And leading them will be the Dutchman Thomas Ronhaar. In cart number 33, Pietro Grima from Italy will start alongside Thomas on row number 1. Julian Pereira from Portugal and Ricardo Lopez Pires on row number 2 from Spain. Row 3 will be Federico Clerici from Italy and Abdi Badawi from Austria. Then the next row, row 5, Robin Affolter from France and Victor Vota from Poland. Japan's Makoto Kubo and Austria's Simon Legal will go from row number 6. Then it'll be Madagascar's Kevin Andrea Maharo and the Czech Republic's Mikhail Nemec. Then Vincent Heinz and Tommaso Pozzetti, Sebastian Pastor and Leonardo Bleak. Mia Redman and Tomokazu Fukushima will be next. Pedro Gonçalves and Simon Dolzicki from Poland in cart number 4 round out the remaining grid slots. Will be, this is Group C and Group F. The remaining grid slots taken up by Matteo Gassis, Kevin Lazarus representing India, Walid Falatar from Saudi Arabia, Aurelius Skromovas from Lithuania, Andrei Daskal, Khalid Alamiri, Andre Trump from Aruba, Luca Niedhofer, and rounding out the field, Nadim Haddad from Lebanon. Talk about Lebanon. Lebanon, of course, have their first international global karting champion, Christopher El Fagali, winning the Rotax Grand Finals in the Minimax class, Portimao, Portugal, last year. Lebanon also have a driver here in what effectively the rental karting World Championship. There are other rental karting global events. None have the prestige, none have the network of drivers that this event does. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know how do I qualify for this event, well, if you go to SodiWorldSeries.com on the interweb, that will give you a list of the 600 plus, so we look at the starting lineup, 600 plus circuits, indoors and outdoor circuits around the world that run stock karts, and they all run their own individual championships, their local circuit, and in junior and senior, and you can enter that. If you enter one race, then you score points that go in the global Sodi Kart League. Champions from around the world are then invited, representing their own circuit, their home circuit. It's a unique event. Drivers presenting their circuits, their local tracks. So you've got the likes of Cool Runnings Kart in Germany, you've got the Slovakia Karting Club here, KCR Karting Quebec in Canada, Max 60 in Slovakia, Brentwood Karting in the UK, Karting Haute Picardie in France, as well as Karting Audincourt, Emotion Park, the Affi Kart Indoor Circuit, Karting Loisier Neuilly, the Dubai Autodrome, Fun Extreme, the name, the circuit, the Asona, PG Corsa, Harbour Circuit in Kisarasu, Karting Arena Zagreb, Karting NAMS XL Riga, Karting by Driving Camp, Kart Club Helsinki, Ingol Kart, just to name some of the tracks that you can go to around the world and qualify for this event, or attempt to qualify for this event. Right, 12 more minutes. Sprint, Group C and F. Ronhar and Grima, row 1. Pereira and Lopez Pires, row 2. Claricki and Badawi, row 3. Afalta and Vota, row 4. Kubo and Legal, row 5. Adrian Maharo and Nemec, row 6. Heinz and Pazzetti, row 7. Pastor and Bleak, row 8. Resman and Fukushima, row 9. Gonsalves and Dolzicki, row 10. 10 more drivers follow in behind as we get a bit of an afternoon cloud here at the Slovakia ring. As you see, Pietro Grima will be in the orange and black race suit on the outside of row number 1. Inside of row number 1, the all black crash helmet, black race suit, that is Thomas Ronhar. Thomas Ronhar from the Netherlands, Pietro Grima from Italy, Julian Pereira from Portugal, and Ricardo Lopez Pires from Spain start on row number 2. Fans of the underdog, well, Andrew Mahar from Madagascar, kart number 19, starting inside the top 10. Always like to cheer for an underdog. the only driver from Madagascar competing here today. This week, in fact, lights are out. We're off and racing. Rona makes a good start. Grima getting swamped there. Grima down to third already, possibly down to fourth, as we got one or two drivers running very wide through turn number 2. But it is, I think, Rona has been passed. That's Julian Pereira in the race lead. It was. It's Rona back in front now. Oh, that's 5 wide going through turn number 3. And driver on the outside was invited cordially onto the grass by 4 of his rivals. But it is Rona back in front. And now Grima back up the inside of Pereira to take P2. So it's the top 2 drivers of the grid running 1-2 at the at number 1. Pereira in third. Get a number on that driver, the white and pink race suit, sitting 4th position at the moment. Is that Lopez Pires or is that Claricki or Claricki? We will find out now. It is, no, it's Makoto Kubo from Japan. My apologies. So Kubo, the land of the rising sun, well, he was rising fast during that opening lap. Oh, and that's Pereira getting shuffled wide from 3rd position. Battle is joined the lead. Oh, Pereira, you can see there the blue race suit, the blue and green crash helmet. He's been shuffled all the way back to about 8th or 9th position. Now Kubo coming under pressure from the driver in the yellow and purple race suit. And change the lead, Grima. Side by side, briefly. No change the lead. Rona is through turn number 9, flat out through turn number 9. You can see them working the steering wheel, hard on the brakes now into turn number 2. Still there in 4th place. Now Grima's up the inside over the curves at turn 11. He's looking the wrong way. And somehow Ronha manages to stay in front. And now Grima's going to lose 3rd place, possibly. No. He's going to lose 2nd place. He didn't. He stays in P2. Victor Vota up into P3 for Poland. And oh, that's Kubo getting a little bit of a wake-up call there from Federico Claricki, who is the Italian driver in the yellow and purple race. Now he came on again at the front. This is a great start. This is the most exciting opening I think we've seen from the Sprint Cup so far. We've got all 29 drivers still running. Grima is not giving up. And Pietro Grima into top spot. Ronha drops to 2nd. 3rd is Victor Vota. Kubo, Claricki and Robin Affolter are next with the recovering Julian Pereira. And oh, there's Victor Vota elbowing Ronha out of the way. Ronha says, no, I'm going to stay on the outside. Victor Vota will lose 2 places. He loses a place to Kubo in the white and pink race suit. He loses a place to Claricki in the yellow and purple race suit. Cross the line to complete lap number 3. Grima, Ronha, Kubo, all Vota and Claricki wheel to wheel. Victor Vota picks up 4th position. Claricki down. Affolter is 6th. No, make that 5th as Affolter goes up the inside. Pereira is next, the blue. And a gap back to Ricardo Lopez Pires, Simon Legal and the rest. Grima, Ronha, Kubo, Claricki, Vota, well, not in that order any longer. It's Grima leading from Ronha, Kubo, and then it's Vota into 4th. 5th is Affolter now. 6th is Claricki. 7th is Julian Pereira. Out of turn 11. Behind Pereira, we have Lopez and Legal. Then a gap back to Nemec, Pastor, Rastan, Badawi, Zetti, Fukushima, Lazarus, Gonsalves, Adrian Maharo, Skromovas, and Luca Niedhofer from the back of the grid up into 20th position. Here's your top 6. All the same camera shot, further back. action aplenty. Can't quite see the numbers on those carts, but again, there's overtaking up and down the field in every single race. Andre Tromp up into 22nd position for Aruba. But it's Ronha, Kubo, the top three. Falter now at the 4th place, Vota down to 5th, Clarity still 6th, and Pereira in P7. Mary is 23rd at the moment for the United Arab Emirates. As our race leader, Pietro Grima, 105.126 seconds, beginning to stretch his legs away now. His advantage is up to nearly 0.6 of a second. Clerici making the move on Victor Vota. And Vota fights back. That's going to be tricky. Are they going to get round clearly? Oh, Clerici on the outside. And Clerici hangs on, gains that position. Pereira moves up a spot. Vota now down into 7th position. Watch behind, because that driver in the red race suit, the yellow crash helmet, that's Ricardo Lopez Pires. Closing in. There is Pires, and behind him, Austria's Simon Legal. Oh, and side by side, Victor Vota and Pereira. Pereira has the outside line for turn number 12. That gives him the inside line for turn number 13. But look how much they're dropping away. And suddenly the lead group is quite spread out, all chasing Grima. There's another move. Victor Vota and Pereira aren't giving up, and that's going to open the door to Simon Legal. So it's Simon Legal in the yellow crash helmet, the red race suit. The other driver in the red race suit, that was Ricardo Lopez Pires. You're now looking at him with the black sort of rib protector on. He looks the inside of Pereira. Top 4 are clear of Clerici in 5th. 6th is now Legal. 7th is Vota. 8th Pereira. 9th the Falter. 10th is Mikhail Nemec. He's got the bright yellow and black race suit. 3rd cart on your screens now. Just go to when by side, you found quickly, and look how much grab is Austin. Pietro Grima in cart, the driver who represents the Cartodromo Città de Messina, his local circuit. And Kubo letting to go there. I think they maybe did a bit of contact previously, and Kubo realising, well, I could be on for a penalty here unless I let that driver go past. So Robin Falter. Oh well, so much for that. Kubo goes, okay, I've let you pass. I'm now going to go straight back in on you and have a chew on your rear bumper. But the move doesn't work into the Simon S's. Turns 10 and 11. This on your screen, the battle for what is 3rd and 4th. And they're not too far behind 2nd place driver Thomas Ronha. Grima still leads, Ronha 2nd, then a Falter, Kubo, Clerici, Legal, Vota, Nemec and Julian Pereira, who has been roughed up something chronic in this race. The Portuguese driver down to 10th position. Ressman, Pastor, Badawi, Lazarus are next. Two and a half minutes of this race to go. And they are into turn number 6. With Pereira somehow managed to get back in front of Nemec. And Nemec fight back. Pereira, who is somewhat quicker than his current position, would suggest he is running in 9th. Outside the top 10, you have Ressman, Makoto Kubo, warning flag. The Japanese driver in 4th position. Grima leads, but Robin Affolter, there's Robin Affolter from France, closing in on Thomas Ronha. Oh, Ronha gets it all wrong, coming out of turn number 2, over the curb, cart sideways, and Affolter pounces on the Dutchman and takes the 2nd position away as we're into the closing 90 seconds. So this will probably be the penultimate lap of the race. We'll have to see. There is a move back though. Chopping and changing. Ronha back in front of Affolter. Affolter retakes the position out of turn 8 through turn number 9. It's going to be very close as whether Pietro Grima, well, they're lapping in 105s. There's 1 minute 13 to go. Grima, I think this will be the start of the last lap they come to now. Let's have a look. Pietro Grima crosses the start-finish line, a 104.928. Another very, very good lap from Grima. Into the 104s, a 104.779 for Robin Affolter. Not this last time around, but here is Affolter, pressure from Ronha, with Kubo, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all back for the P2. Further back, that's Nemec checking up to see where Pereira is. Nemec in 9th, Pereira is 10th, and they're being chased down by Slovenia's Miha Resman. Slovakia's best placed driver, Sebastian Pastor, is 12th, but there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Pietro Grima for Italy looks like he's going to take this one. The clock strikes 0. So this is therefore the last lap, and the checkered flag comes out. Grima, Affolter, Ronha, Kubo, your top 4. Legal takes 5th, Clerici is 6th, Votar is 7th, 8th for Lopez Pérez. Grima looks over his shoulder. Where did everybody go? Quick thumbs up. Good game, he says. So we look back down the order, we'll get the full finishing results. But Italy's Pietro Grima takes the win. Look at that average speed, nearly 65 kilometers an hour. Idea of how far it's going full speed, because again, this is a 15 turns. The end of a Volta, Ronha, 5. Rest and Nemec, Pereira, but fourth position. Fukushima from Japan is 16th. Adrian Maharo, well, unable to replicate his top 10 finish from his first heat. 19th place, 29 drivers did. Heinz having a spin, he finishes down in 20th position, and Nadim Haddad finishes 27, our only Lebanese driver here. Well, we have one more heat for the seniors in this second round of heats. Next race will be, let's have a little look at what the next race will be. It will be senior heat B and E, no, B and D possibly. I think it will be Group B and D. Well, Group D will be up next. You can see a bit of cloud cover forming. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. This is the 2023 Sodi World Series International Final on motorsport.tv. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Sodi World Series International Finals here at the Slovakia Ring, Group B and D for the Sprint Cup. We are now in the second round of 5 heat races for every driver here. So 360 drivers, 180 competing in the endurance race, 90 in the Sprint Cup, then 60 in the juniors. The juniors are split between kids and juniors based on their weight, and 30 in the Ladies' Cup. Each one of the sprint drivers compete in a 1 8-minute qualifying session, 5 12-minute heat races, 1 super heat on Saturday morning, and then 1 final. So Sodi Kart, they provide an awful lot of track time for their drivers. And this is Group B and Group D. Once again, we mentioned earlier some of the circuits that are being represented here. So this is very unique, but you've got drivers the likes of Teglas Goat Kart Player in Hungary, Kartbahn Oldenzaal, the Kartodromo Internacional de Pamea, Pro Karting EU, Karting Eupen, the Go-Kart Centre in Athens, Karting Payern, Daytona Tarnow, Ingolkart, the Slovak Karting Centre, Kart 1 Arena, Passion Karting 16, wonder what the first 15 karts are like, Pit Stop Karting in Lebanon, Karting by Driving Camp, the Bashiri Karting Speedway, Karting Sevilla, Kart 1 Arena, F-Dream Hiratsuka, Euro Indy, Brentwood Karting, Kart Centre Campios, Kart Planet, the MK Sal Circuit, to name Karting Centre Ljubljana, Rudnik in Slovenia, to name just a few of the venues that you can go race these Sodi World Series qualifying events. Here we go then, the next bunch of drivers led by Adrian Ionescu from Hungary, Andrej Lapniks from Latvia on the outside of number 1. Then it's Tobias Stuckler from Austria and Suni Logan, who retired from his first race, the Belgian driver on the outside of row number 2. Danilo Olifrenko and Brentwood Karting's West Ham United fan Charlie Ratford on row number 3. Remy Loth and Thomas Miska from the Slovak Kart Centre on row number 4. Denny Gorstov, Zoltan Lema, Gonzalo Texiera, Alexander Stig, and Martin Niedermuller, Timo Schmidt, Thomas Burchard from the United States, Benjamin Kivers, Oleksiy Bennett, and then Prenaitis Gerardus, Alberto Rentagani. That's the top one on Karting. So it's in the blue race suit, Adrian Ionescu on the inside of row number 1, the pole position. The drivers are trying to close in. They're going to have to get into a better formation than this. Now things look good, and we head into the tram lines. Are we going to get... No, oh, it's a poor start. No, the outside front row driver there. So Andres Lapniks from Latvia was a long way ahead of pole sitter Adrian Ionescu. Now, look at that very, very distinctive bright red, black and yellow race suit. That is Sudi Logan. Sadly, we didn't see much of that because Sudi was fourth wide outside of turn number 2 in his first race. I'm wondering if the timing and scoring, I've got his name mixed up. I think that his name might be Logan Suni. So he certainly got Suni on his race suit. Normally you have your surname on the back of your race suit. I'm wondering if there's a bit of an error there, clerical error on the entry forms. Well, there are members of Logan's family, or Suni's family, currently shouting at their computer screens, watching this, but whatever, their man is in 4th position on the grid. There is the bright yellow and black race suit of Danilo Olifrenko. Charlie Ratford on the outside of row number 3. You can see the white plate on his, race suit, darker sleeves. Let's see if we get go this time. Yes, we are underway, and a good start from the outside of the front row by Lapniks. Oh, a lot of pushing and shoving going into turn number 1. There's drivers right on the outside. Somebody gets and there's going to be more carts spinning into turn number 2, and 1 or 2 drivers very lucky to stay out of the barriers there, have to say. Lots of very, very aggressive moves going on into that first corner, and there's your pole sitter getting turned around. Pole sitter Adrian Ionesco from Hungary getting spun around going into turn number 4. Oh, there's 3 wide still, and there's going to be some drivers who grit minding their own business, gaining an awful lot of ground. There's some drivers in the middle of this pack that this is supposed to be a non-contact sport. I have to say that some of the opening lap driving in this race leaving a lot to be desired, it has to be said. And see damage on one of the carts there. The NASA panel has been pushed askew. That means that somebody's wheel has been up near it, up the front. Andreas Latniks away and clear. Latniks is over 1.5 seconds up the road. Stuckler is in 2nd position, and then Suni Logan is 3rd. Suni in 4th position is the number 70 cart, and the number 70 cart is Remy. Is the 79 of Denny Gorstorff, and then in 6th position, our pole sitter is down Stone Art. Well, I think maybe Stone Art, maybe 1 or 2 players from the, but it's 4, Adrian Ionesco out of turn number 10. Now at the back of the shot. Now we'll try and pick him out as the race progresses, but it is Latniks, the end of lap number 2, leading by 1 second. So Tobias Stuckler is closing in. He was half a second quicker than Latniks on lap number 2. Suni Logan in 3rd position. Here's the 7 cart of Anton Angelov. And that is 13th position on back. Over some of the lower runners. Battles going on up and down the order as always. Wheel-to-wheel contact there. Now that is the Ukrainian driver Danilo Olifrenko we just saw on screen. 9th position, battling with the number 22 cart of Alexander Sneger. Now we look a bit further back the order. Now, just saw briefly going into turn 11, pole sitter Adrian Ionesco has gained a couple of places. There goes Charlie Ratford. Behind Charlie Ratford is the number 43 cart of Thomas Mixer, the Slovakian driver. Here's that battle once again between the green and black. Is the number 9 cart of Martin Niedermuller, and the yellow and black is the number 9 cart of Danilo Olifrenko. They are fighting. Oh, there's a gentlemanly driver in front of me, and that wasn't gentlemanly. And the driver, the 3rd driver in that group with the turquoise, blue and white race suit, take advantage. That is Benjamin Cavers, I believe, in cart number 54. Cavers, yes, that is the number 54 cart. Very difficult to see the numbers on these carts, but all the carts look identical as well. It makes the commentator's job even more fun, shall we say. There is the number 79 card of E. Gorsdorf, the German driver, in P5 at the minute. Charlie Ratford is still there in P6. We're on lap number 5. There's the number 22 of Alexander Sneaker going through. And Sneaker now ahead of the number 7 of Antoine Angelov. There's a brief look at Logan Sudi and the number 7 back up the inside. And that is Angelov passing Sneaker again for 10th position. Niedermuller and the number 17 cart of Alberto Brentagani are next in line. Niedermuller has actually dropped back behind Brentagani, so Brentagani, the white crash helmet, the blue race suit, is up into P12. And our all-sitter, Gian Ionesco, has clawed his way back into 22nd position after getting spun out of the lead on the opening lap. There is Logan Sudi, second position, now ahead of Tobias Stuckler. Remy Loth is there in third, so second, third and fourth on your screens now. Sudi leads that group, then it is Stuckler, then it is Remy Loth. They've got a 1.2 second advantage over Denny Gorsdorf, and then there's a bigger gap, about 2 seconds, back to Charlie Ratford. Thomas Mixer from Slovakia runs in 7th position. Then it is Kivers and Olifrenko, Angelov, Sneegers, and Berengoni. There is Sudi, Logan Sudi. I believe that Logan maybe is first. So Logan Sudi in P2, coming out of turn 3, in turn 4 now, with the hunkered down figure of Tobias Stuckler right behind him. Into turn number 6. They are 1.8 seconds behind race leader Andrei Slapniks. And Ionesco cracks the top 20. He moves into P20 in kart 45. Can Ionesco claw his way back into the top 15? As you can see at the top of your screen, the field is now quite well spread out behind, well, this group through the rest of the top 10. But outside the top 10, there are still lots of very close battles. There goes Leitnix. There's Sunyi. Stuckler in his wheel tracks with Remy Loth from France just keeping a watching brief in 4th position. Denny Gorsdorf is closing in on this group in 5th position. And now we look a little bit further back. That is quite see the number on that car as they came out of turn number 3, but we're back with the lead. But here's that battle again. That is Brentagani, the Italian driver, started 21st on the grid and has made his way into 11th place, has Alberto Brentagani. So it's a very good drive for Alberto, but we are 3.5 minutes to go. We're on lap number 8, and Logan Sudi is pulling away from Lightnings. Logan Sudi is now pulling away from Stuckler and Loth as he tries to chase down Andreas Leitnix. Come out of turn number 3. And here's a move. That's Remy Loth at the inside of Stuckler. Into P3. Not careful, there is Denny Gordon. That black silver crash closing in. The more these two battle, the further Logan Sudi in second place will get, and the closer Denny Gorsdorf will get. height because of there is a 5-second gap back to Ratford has got his hand well and full with Thomas Mixer. Mixer and Benjamin Kivers give Charlie Ratford and a bit more. Battle a little on balance. There's your leader. P2, P3, 4 and 5. It's now a 3-cart battle for 3rd position. Return for 2. Stuckler chasing down and trying to keep Gorsdorf behind him. He's behind, side by side now between Kivers, Mixer and Ratford. And I think that Benjamin Kivers from Belgium has managed to get ahead of Charlie Ratford. Ratford might have dropped the position as well. As we look a bit further down, there's that battle, the 3rd, 4th and 5th. You can just see flashing through Benjamin Kivers in a very, very turquoise blue and white race suit. Kivers has, I think, been passed by Thomas Mixer. Charlie Ratford is down into 8th place, and Olive Franco, the Ukrainian driver, in 9th position is not, well, he's another 1.7 seconds down. So Ratford is safe in 8th at the moment as we're into the final 50 seconds of this race. Brentagani runs in 11th, then Sneaker in 12th, Gerardus, Petrenko and Teixeira, the rest of your top 15. 50 seconds left on the clock. Will we see whether Nix gets back up just like before the clock strikes 0? I don't believe he will. In fact, this could be the final lap. Well, it's going to be very close. 10 seconds to go. This is the battle for second, third, and fourth. Lightnix comes out of the 14, crosses the line. The checkered flag does come out. It's Lightnix who takes the win. Logan Sunyi in second. Loth is third. Tobias Stuckler is fourth. Latvia's Andreas Lightnix takes the victory. Looking down, Adrian Ionesco started last lap, 8th position, only a 10th of a second, but in 17th place, Juraj Bokuk crosses up to 10 laps. Finishes in 18th position, so the pole sitter to drop it back to 30th place on the opening lap, recovers 18th. Islatnix for Latvia takes his first win of the day, and that concludes the second round of Sprint Cup Heats. Soon we will get underway with the second round of heats for the juniors, the kids and the ladies. So, and there's Lightnix. See the drivers trudging out of their carts at the end of that one. It's a very physical opening encounter. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is 2 rounds of heats in the books. We will be back up and running very shortly with kids, ladies and juniors as the first afternoon of on-track action here at the Sodi World Series International Finals continues unabated here at the Slovakia ring. We'll be back shortly.
I'll make you move like your boots are on fire. I'll make you jump like you touch a live wire. Ain't no sitting down when I get in the zone. Just give me my crown, let the king take his throne. Clap your hands, just clap your hands, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3, clap your hands, just clap them for me, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kids Cup, the lighter of the junior categories, not the younger, the lighter. So there are no 6-foot bodybuilders in this race. These are the more petite of our youngsters, shall we say. Oscar Lambert and Maximilian Sobic, who battled for the race lead and the race win in the opening. They start again from the front row of the grid. Of course, with only 30 drivers, see the same grid positions for all 30 races. So it's going to be Oscar Lambert and Maximilian Sobic on row number 1. So it's, well, the UK, the United Arab Emirates, Slovakia on the front row, Jurski from Poland and Rafael Baltzar on row 2, Germany, and Slovakia and Italy on row 3 with Simon Both and Alessio Zacchi. Then Nikolai Vasilievskis and France's Celia Desaud on the next row. An all-British top 10, rounded out by an all-British top 10, Mikey Briston and Jack Stedman. Then Vladimir Bruno, Christian Becke, Alexei Mukin, Galiki Nusapoulou, Timothy Kush, Sarian Mitkowski, Victor Nikolov, Pisiak Marcel, Peter Fabry, Rusai Takagi, Artyom Shpak. And then the 12th row, Matteo Skirtle, Rodrigo Kakers, Juraj Gosten, Hagen Orman, Sam Nygren. And the stage is Inoue, Dimos Vonsis and Go Jelacic is your full the car starting lineup. The nature, including the first drive in the Bushiri way in Aruba, Hagen Orman. So again, those who are watching at home, we've got all the traditional strong karting nations. Of course, there's lots of people cheering for the home drivers, the Slovakian drivers, and quite rightly so, because Slovakia has really made a name for itself in the world of kart racing in the last 5 or 6 years. They now have this circuit, they've got the steel ring as well as two of Europe's finest kart circuits. Oh, and there seems to be a bit of a problem at the back of the field there. One or two drivers just sorting themselves out. It's going to be Oscar Lambert and Max Sovic on the front row of the grid. There is a look down at some of the runners starting towards the rear of the field. The pace kart has the field at their mercy. They pull off. Lambert and Sovic lead the field into the tram lines. Lambert gets a good jump. Has he got too much of a jump? Are we go? Yes, we are. Lambert has turn number one. Sovic on the outside. Let me get much wide by Lukasz, the Polish driver. Oh, over the curbs at turn number two. Are we all going to get through clearly? We're 4 wide. Of course we're 4 wide. Into turn number 3. And just look at the gap developing. This is a great scrap, but look how much ground they're losing to the pack in front. It's, oh dear, that is one of the drivers from, oh, that could have been Ukraine's Timofey Kushniruk, getting shuffled a little bit wide. Ultra competitive, even down towards the back of the grid. There was, only seconds separated all 30 drivers in qualifying. And so you can see that they're all in different karts now than they were this morning. Here, Oscar Lambert continuing to lead this race, however. Lambert has got, now, is Sovic in second place. Is that Lukasz? Lukasz made a very good start. It's Lukasz second, Simon Both is third. Whereas Sovic so it's Simon Both from Slovakia, I think in the blue race suit, up to third. Yeah, there is Simon Both, right? Distinctive bright blue. Lukasz from Poland in P2. Oscar Lambert continues to lead the way. Sovic trying to fight back in kart number 25. Sets the best first sector of the race. Oh dear. Jack Stedman, 10-second penalty for the driver of kart number 26. So the team from, let's have a little look. Just trying to see where Jack Stedman, is that one of the Brentwood karting? Yes, it is. So a collective groan from Brentwood karting, but they've got one driver still in the top 10, Mikey Brissenden. Lambert continues to lead. Sovic has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 14.084. Oh, there's a move for second place. Simon Both just signalling to Jerzy Lukasz there. So, okay, though, that's not fair. I'll let you go. And taking advantage of that was the driver in fourth place, driver number 1, Rafael Baltzar from Germany. So Baltzar now moves to P3. And you can see that Sovic there in 5th position. Alessio Zacchi is in 6th. So looking at on your screen, this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Oscar Lambert is trying to break clear. There's another move. Baltzar at the inside for P2. So Baltzar Rafael Baltzar takes over second position. Simon Both getting a warning flag for that move. Both there in fourth place, the blue race suit. Oscar Lambert, you can see now beginning to pull away. Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all in one train. As they cross the line, down towards turn number 1. Fast lap of the race, Alessio Zacchi in sixth position. See, when I talk about the slipstream effect, Zacchi just getting the toe from the drivers in front, using it to his advantage, setting the fastest lap of the race, and now picking up a position coming out of turn number 3. So Zacchi moves into P5 at the expense of Sovic. Behind the top 6, it is Nikolai Vasilievskis in 7th. Vladimir Bruno runs in 8th. Mikey Brizenden is in 9th. Alexei Mukin is 10th. Then it's Nusapolo, Beke, Marcel, Kushniruk, Fabry, Takagi, Nikolov, Mikowski, Orman, Skirtle and Spack. Your top 21. And somehow the top 6 have managed to close back in. So despite the fighting that has gone on for second place, that group have closed the gap back on Oscar Lambert. Lambert's best, well, his last lap was a 1:14.2. Let's see what it is now. And of course, Lambert is now breaking the toe for everybody else. So Rafael Baltzar with a 1 minute 13.802, half a second quicker than Lambert last time around. Can he maintain that momentum and make a move? If he can't, then he's going to sort of get trapped running at the same pace as Lambert. But Baltzar certainly with a few keen horses. There's a nice signal from Lambert saying, okay, good, thank you, keep pushing me. And you can see that 60 kilometers an hour, Rafael Baltzar just resting the front bumper of his car on the rear bumper of Lambert and pushing down. That's 8 wheels working together, and you can see great teamwork there. They're not teammates, great work in tandem, and it is allowing them to maintain about 4 or 5 car length gap over Simon Both in third as Lukáš and Zacchi swap position. I think that is now Zacchi up into 4th position. The Italian driver Alessio Zacchi into P4. Jerski Lukáš down to 5th. Still Sovic in 6th. And then a gap of nearly a second back to Bruno in 7th. Stedman with his 10-second penalty is outside the top 20 on combined results. You add that 10 seconds mid-race, so as you can see, Stedman, he runs down, he's actually down in 25th position, ahead of Celia Desord. Celia Desord, who has had a rough start, the young lady front, starting up near the top 12 and has dropped back to about 26th position. Lambert still leads, Baltzar still pushing him along, and they have now got a gap of over, well, it's 3/4 of a second over Simon Both in 3rd position through turn number 9. Hard on the brakes for turn 10. Both has got nobody working with him. You can see Simon Both is there on his own in 3rd place. There's nobody pushing him along. Zacchi may catch him, and if Zacchi catches him, they might work together to try and close this gap. But this is a great example of how 2 drivers working together to try and push the of the field, and it seems to be working for them because Simon Both, all on his own, hasn't got help. He's dropping away now. Baltzar has got a very strong race, and I think he's sort of just thinking, okay, we've got 4 minutes to go. There is a big digital monitor on the start-finish line telling the drivers how much race there is remaining. So Baltzar knows, okay, I'll give it another minute, 2 minutes of this maybe, and then I will set about Oscar Lambert's lead. See that gap growing. It's now nearly a full second back to P3. Lambert sets a personal best lap of the race, 1 minute 13.923. And that's why he's been pushed along by Baltzar for that personal best lap. Oh, is still running. The Swedish driver. Now, look behind the top two. Simon Both has been caught by Alessio. And Zach will start pushing Both along. New fastest lap for Alessio Zacchi. 1 minute 13.786 seconds. The gap between the top two and third place was 1.3 seconds. Now, Simon Both, he's got a rear gear. Zacchi will start, and Baltar has just dropped off by a kart length. Gonna be a problem for not only Baltar but for Lambert as well, because these two drivers are Zacchi will close the gap. It was 1.3 seconds between second and third at the start of this lap. You can see on the scoring part on the left-hand side of the screens, the gap has already come down by a tenth to 1.2 seconds. Zacchi, though, he needs to really get on the rear bumper. Baltzar is floating back in. Oscar Lambert, a really nice shove down there. The gap behind, well, it remains at about 1.3 seconds. I think that Zacchi caught side Both too late. And in a little bit. To see Oscar Lambert checking over his shoulder. Raphael was my friend. No, he is my foe. Both defending third place. The gap 1.5 seconds. You've seen how much you could slow down. Battling side by side. Both, though, is determined trying to counter two. And Both is trying to hold on to third place, and he can't. Alessio Zacchi makes the move. Both still there. The crossover, the undercut is on. Both retains P3. Bit of a signalling, and he's saying, come on, push, push. Let's work together. 50 seconds to go. So this will be the start of the last lap. Oscar Lambert leads. Lambert, look, these cars don't have rear view mirrors. If they did, he's going to have to counter-attack every move that Baltzar makes. Into turn 3, you can see defending, going into the corner. Luckily, Zacchi has got third position. So Zacchi up to third. Lambert runs Baltzar wide to the middle of the corner. Raphael will look to the inside. Can he? No, watch Raphael swing out wide there to try and get the undercut. But if he does, he'll be on the outside line for turn number 7 and 8 here. So Lambert still has the upper hand. But there are still 3 opportunities. Not through here. This is too fast. Now under braking for turn 8, side by side. Can Baltzar get it? Turn number 11. He's alongside. He's up on the curb. On the outside, side by side, wheel to wheel. On. He's got the inside line for turn number 13. This is going to be another drag race to the line. Lambert against Baltzar, but Oscar Lambert will on and finish in second. Zacchi is third. Fourth, Lukin, Bruno, Brizender, and Vasilevsky. And Kushniruk, Marcel, Beck, Pulu, Nikolov, Kowski, Takagi, Kakers, and Egan Orman gets a top 20 result for Aruba in his second race. Jack Steadman with his 10-second penalty. Jack finishing 10th on the road, and he'll be classified only 21st. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Oscar Lambert, and you can hear the cheers from the Dubai Autodrome very clearly, even in Slovakia, I promise you. There is remaining runners: Vinko Jelacic in 20 seconds, Ilya Desor in Gets appointed for 23rd. Tim Skirtle finishing 24th. Then Juraj Mikosh, Aitzom Špak, and Anastasios Pavlidis, Akira Dimos, Vontis, and Nuig. Third drive, did 30 drivers finished and across the line or into the kids. It's going to be the ladies up next. Welcome back. Ladies Cup race number 2. Can anybody catch the flying Belgian Louise Brauner, who dominated the opening heat race? Deb Wolfs starts alongside on 1. Then it is Marjolaine Martins and Leah Medika on row 2. Carla Fade and Stella Krova on row 3, Nicole Protivova and Anne Fontaneu on row 5, Rosanna Marciano and Alice Manetti are next, then Abby Stevens and Anna Vodecha, Anna Iona Trompitas from Hungary and Anskela Lemko are next. Aliona Palchik and Aliska Libalova. Next row of the grid, Margot Beal and Clara Madiratsa. Next up on row 9, row 10, Dora Petrovic and Kaori Kato from Japan. Saudi Arabia's Ezra Al-Keel starts on the inside of row 11. I said it earlier on, but we have 2 Saudi lady drivers in action. And for those that are thinking, why is there a ladies' cup? Well, not all these ladies will have qualified for the main event. Some of them would have, but not all of them. As you can see, some of these spectators here watching from the balcony. We'll pop out to the balcony a little bit later on, have an interview with 1 or 2 of the contenders. Having a ladies' cup, it does allow ladies from developing karting nations into this event, giving them a chance to inspire others in their home country. And I think certainly Saudi Arabia being a key point, that market, you know, There's a lot to be said. Everyone's got their own opinions of person about human rights and what have you. But to have two Saudi lady drivers competing in an international karting event, having a ladies' cup allows them to do that, and then it will allow them to inspire more people back at home in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah, places like that, which of course is now awash with motorsport fever due to Formula One and what have you. And there's a lot of work to be done in many countries around the world, but certainly having two Saudi ladies showing all the other young girls and women back home in Saudi Arabia that they can compete in this sport and succeed and travel the world whilst doing it is very, very important indeed. So we wait to be given the signal, 12 minutes. This will be the second of 5 heat races. Now there is going to be a whole host of heat racing going on. Then we have drivers parade later on. So if you are, obviously this is a dual broadcast. It's going out to the global audience via motorsport.tv. It's also going out to the paddock. So there'll be a couple of announcements as the afternoon progresses whilst I tell the drivers in the paddock what is going to happen with the drivers parade. We will need to be very quick. The racing continues after the drivers parade. And racing until under the floodlights until gone 10 o'clock this evening. Tomorrow, the timetable, and again, tomorrow we hope that we have as many of you joining us as possible, plenty more. Tomorrow we have the 45 team 12-hour endurance race tomorrow. Here we go. It's on the circuit. We'll talk about the endurance a little bit later on. Here we go then. It is the Ladies' Cup heat number 2. Louise Brown, Debbie Wolfs on row number 1, Marjolaine Martins and Leah Tajnikar on row 2. Carla Fadej and Stella Kurova, the leading Slovakian lady, on row number 3. Then it's Nicole Protivova and Anne Fontaneo on row 4. Rosanna Marciano and Alice Manetti on row 5. Abby Sanders and Anna Modecha on row 6. Anna Iona Trompitas and Anskela Lemko on row 7. Look down at the remaining runners, 30 drivers, and in that blue and pink race suit, that is the driver they all have to catch, Louise Brauner. I have to say, Louise ran away. She picked up the ball and ran with it in race number 1. 12 minutes. Formation is set. 2 rows, 15 drivers in each row. They have to come into the tram lines at the start. Here are the back markers. Debbie Wolfs from the Netherlands will be first driver to try and get the jump on Louise going into turn number 1. See Louise just looking across. Watch how she eases Debbie a little bit wide coming through this corner, just to give herself the best run into the tram. Here we go. Heat number 2. Ladies' Cup is go. Brown has a good start there, fanning out 3-4 wide behind. Hold your breath into turn number 1. Oh, Browner and Wolf side by side going through turn number 1. That in the middle of the pack, the yellow racer, that's Alice Manetti getting sideways very briefly, losing a bit of time. Oh, somebody going off behind the lighting stanchion there. We've seen that a couple of times. And into turn number 3, a lot of hustle going on in the back of the pack. There is Manetti again, very distinctive Easter spot with the yellow race suit. But and that is the black crack helmet, the white star on it. That is the Czech driver Nicole Kotivova. But at the front, Louise Brown continues to hold the lead. Debbie Wolfs runs in second position by the looks of it. Behind Debbie is Marjolaine Martins, Leah Tajdekar, Carla Fadey. It is Brown, Wolfs, Martins. Fadey is up into fourth position. Stella Krova is there in fifth position. Tajdekar is sixth. Kotivova is next. Oh, I'm running very wide there. Someone out there change of second plates. That is Marjolaine Martins up into P2. Marjolaine Martins from France. Sodi race suit, passing Debbie Wolfs, but already you can see a 107.3 from pole position. Oh, side by side. And Debbie Wolfs saying, I prefer to run second. It was all the same to you, Marjolaine. And Marjolaine has to fall back to third place. And Marjolaine has her countrywoman, Carla Fadey, company in the black race suit, white crash helmet. And then in the black behind this group, big suit in fifth position, that is Stella Kurova, the hometown favourite. Stella E5 down the order. Kotivova, Marziano, Fontaneo, Tajdekar, Sand, your top 10. Still lots of battling going on. Down through turn number 3. There is Wolfs chasing race leader Louise Brown. Further back, still plenty of side-by-side action. As we come through turn 7, through turn number 8. Down some of the others are now. Carla Maderatsa has lost an awful lot of positions. 29 drivers running. The started or maybe retired on the opening lap. So we've got 29 runners and new far lap. Not for the race leader, the driver in third place, Marjolaine Martins. Further back, that's the Rosanna Mazziano there losing a position, but Louise Brown has the advantage coming up towards turn number 4. Now Debbie Wolfs, Marjolaine Martins through turn 4 in second and third. A little bit further back. You can see with the PG on the back of her race suit, that's Rosanna Mazziano. Running in 7th position. They'll make that 8th position now because Leah Tajdekar has passed her. Abby Sanders in 9th position is the next driver that will try and attack the Italian lady. But Louise Brown, she is not pulling away as much in this race as she did in heat number 1. The top 6 are quite spread out the line. Browner, Martins, and Carla Fadey. White crash helmet is 6th and 7th. Nicole Kotivova now ahead of Stella Kurova. And there is Marziano now chasing Hungary's Anna Jona Trompitas with Abby Sanders in cart number 111 directly behind. There's a move behind Sanders. That is, I believe, Fontaneo and Lemko swapping places. Cloud cover now as we head into late afternoon here in Slovakia. Coming over to the hazy sunshine. Quite grateful to be out sun today. It's pretty warm here. The drivers from their families from the UAE saying, oh, it's a bit chilly. Well, it would be compared to Dubai. mid-July. Here we go. Brown onto lap number 6, leading by 0.6 of a second from Wolves. Fastest lap, Nicole Protivova in kart 103, running in 5th position. 105.094, and she is closing in on Carla Fadey. Now just 0.6 of a second behind Carla. Leona Chin Wheel from Malaysia is running 29th per minute. And no change up at the front, although I have to say, Wolfs and Martins close in. Here's some side-by-side action. And hand in the air. Gesticulations, not happy. Couldn't see who that was. That's the first time we've seen Louise Brown checking over his shoulder. And Debbie Wolfs has just set a new fast lap, a 104.993. So these are the same karts as the sprint drivers, but these ladies are lapping just as quickly as the leading men. Debbie Wolfs now sensing that she might be able to get a victory back on the race 1 winner, Louise Brown. Further back, there's the number 102 kart. That was Anskela Lemko from Ukraine. She's running in 11th position, just in front of Team UK's Abby Sanders. But a bit further up the order, this is now, I think, for the battle for, that's Kvitova. Yeah, this is Kvitova and Carla Fadey battling. Fadey in front of, it's now Protivova in front of Fadey, and Krova closing in behind. 4 minutes to go, and Louise Brown responds with another new fast lap, 104.872. The gap grows between her and Debbie Wolfs to 0.8 of a second. Marjolaine Martin is there in 3rd position still. We haven't spoken much of Marjolaine. She's keeping a watching brief over Debbie Wolfs. Here's the battle for 4th place. The number 103, Nicole Divova. Leading, number 104, Carla Fadey, with number 109 in 5th position, and 6th position rather, trying to hunt them both. Leah Tajnikar runs. Anna Iona is 8th. Can Fadey, Carla Fadey, pass Nicole Protivova, currently running in 4th position just in front. And now, again, the momentum at the front of the field is swinging back in the favour of Debbie Wolfs. 3 minutes to go. And Wolfs was 0.4 of a second quicker than the race. New fastest lap from Anna Iona Trombitas in kart number 113. That is a sensational lap from the Hungarian lady as she tries to move up from 8th position, but the top 3 are now no tell. Here's a battle for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. That was briefly Rosanna Marciano, Ane Fontaneo, Abby Sanders and Anskela Lemko battling for 9th place. But we've got Browner, Wolfs and Martins almost neck and neck for the race lead with 2 minutes to go. And they're going to be coming up on the Malaysian driver, moment, who has had a spin. That's why she is down so far off the back of the field. She is as quick as the others normally, but there's been a spin and she is potentially going to be put a lap down. That could cause a few anxious moments for these 3 drivers, Brown, Wolfs and Martins, as we come through turn number 4. Well, every time Debbie Wolfs gets within sort of striking distance of race lead Louise Brown, Brown just turns up the wick a little bit and pulls a bit further ahead. although Wolfs is on a very quick lap here with 90 seconds to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. They will start their last lap the next time they cross the start-finish line. Brown responds with a very, very good second sector, but that slower kart of the Malaysian driver will start to sort of distract Louise Brown ever so slightly. So here we go, on the final lap, Debbie Wolf closing in on Louise Brown, out of turn number 2, over the curbs. Now they set the kart up for turn number 3. And will Louise Brown have to deal with this lap traffic before the race is over? Through turn number 4 now, Debbie Wolfs is right there. Leona Chin Liweo will have to get out of the way if Louise Brown gets any closer. Through turn number 6, half a lap from home. 20 seconds left on the race clock. I say this is the last lap. I'm assuming it's going to be the last lap because the clock should strike 0 before the leaders get back to the line. But now, Louise Brown has got traffic in front. Oh, she's being held up a little bit. You can see that the Malaysian driver gets out of the way. Good driving there. And she then moves across on Debbie Wolfs. But Louise Brown, the checkered flag will come out. A late scare for Louise Brown. She takes the checkered flag, 2 out of 2 for the Belgian lady. Debbie Wolf second, Marjolaine Martins is third. Fourth for Nicole Protivova, then Carla Fadey in fifth. In sixth, Anna Yona Trombita is seventh. Tajnika in eighth, then Abby Sanders ninth, and Anne Fontaneo rounds out the top 10. Nobody can catch Louise Brown. In the Ladies' Cup, you will see on your screens very shortly. There's the full rundown. While you look at that, I'm going to go and have a little wander out onto the balcony to see if there's any drivers out there that we can view. So whilst you look at the results, I'll be back with you very shortly, maybe with a couple of drivers to interview. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, you join me out here on the spectator balcony. It's a very busy spectator balcony. Let's have a look. Let's grab a couple of drivers. Come in. First things first. Right, hang on a sec, sir. We got, it's okay. Just walk in front of the camera. Not a problem at all. 360 drivers, plus their families from all over the world. English, not necessarily their strong point, but then again, it's not my strong point either. So, I wonder which nation we've got here. It's, there we go. We'll just walk across the front of the camera. Hello, sir. How are you? Right. First things first, Woods Karting Collective, is it not? Who you got here?
Mikey Brissenden.
This is Mikey Brissenden in your last race, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, first of all, tell everyone, say hello to everyone at Brentwood Karting back home in Essex.
Hello, Dan. Have a good day. And Louise. Hello, Louise.
Excellent. Now, whole family here. There was a bit of, I accidentally called someone a West Ham fan when they're a Tottenham fan. But obviously the West Ham fan likes winning trophies with their footballing life. There we go, sorry. First of all, what's it like being here in Slovakia, and what's the atmosphere like? You've got obviously friends, family members here. What's this experience like?
It's good.
Just good? There we go, want to expand on that? Now, tomorrow, there's a very large animal sanctuary just around the corner. There's museums. What are you going to do with your day off tomorrow? Or are you just going to lie around the hotel pool?
Going to do some swimming lessons with Charlie Ratford and Jack.
Swimming lesson. Who's teaching who to swim?
They're teaching me.
Oh, excellent. Very like the good bucket hat game. That's good. Well, there we go. So that is Brentwood karting. We're going to try and speak to as many people from as many nationalities as possible during the course of the next 3 days. Now, UK, the Brentwood Karting Collective are here in force and in good voice, as you can hear. Thank you very much, Mikey Brissenden. Good luck. You can say something. Yes, go on then. You want to say something? No swearing. We're live. Right, okay, good. Go.
Hello, Nan, and come on, you wings.
There we go. Thank you very much. That's all from Brentwood Karting here. We'll speak to the drivers. The next race, I think we've got the juniors coming up next. No, the kids. The juniors. Juniors, kids, you're a kid. So it's juniors up next. Well, there we go. That gives you some idea. A little bit chaotic, but this is, I have to say, you know, there's people walking in front of the cameras. This is 360 drivers from all over the world here. It is a rental karting event. A lot of people have qualified all throughout the season in 2022 to be here. We want to bring you the level of competition that you can see on your screen is obviously very, very professional indeed, but this is a fun karting event. This is the biggest rental karting event anywhere in the world. It is supposed to be fun. We want the drivers, we want the parents, we want the families to have just as much fun as well. And for those of you that like sort of English soccer or football, I mistakenly called Charlie Ratford a West Ham United fan, where is in fact he is a Tottenham Hotspur fan. There's a couple of Millwall fans out there, love the Lions. But yeah, we'll catch up with as many other drivers and as from their nations as possible. But we've got juniors coming out onto the circuit. The grid set by the race 1 results. Here we go, 30 drivers led by Zimowit Vera from Poland, Jeremy Montgomery Swan on the outside of row number 1, Nick Kosina and Nolan Dufour-Pico on row number 2, Luca Corsian, Oscar Vedlin in row 3, then Olivier Kanilovic and Richard Benka row 4, Koko Sugawara and Ivan Kopchev on row 5, Emil Forka and Ahmed El Sisi. We'll try and speak to our Egyptian driver in the next couple of hours. Then it's Simon Levente, Igor Polak, Brian Trevisiani, Leon Schmid, Joel Gonzalez, Istvan Vas, Malik Mustafa, Andrea Marangoni and Anne Mayan. That's your top 21 starters of what will be another 12-minute race. So, into turn number 9. Great camera shot there. That is a very, very fast corner. You can see it on the outside of the village. You can see the village with that raised grandstand area, which is packed full of spectators, because you really get an idea of how fast these carts are travelling as the drivers wrestle them through that very, very fast, flat-out left-hander at turn 9, with not a lot of runoff, and then hard on the brakes to turn 10. Here we go. It is Zimowit Vera with the red race suit on the right-hand side. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, the green, the white race suit on the outside of row number 1. They're in the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Vera gets a good start. Montgomery Swan loses a couple of places. Side by side for third. Going into turn number 1. It looks like it's Nick Kosanina who gets second position. It is Kosanina into P2. Everybody else cleanly through turn number 2. Down now, hard braking for turn number 3. And it is Zimovit Vera who leads the way. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is still in, he's dropped out to 4th place now from the outside row of the grid. Everyone else charging through behind. But trying to see who that is, jumped up into 3rd place. The driver with the red race suit, that could be Luca Corsi in kart number 5 from Italy, who was grabbed for by Owen Hart. A half spin there, further back in the pack. Nolan Dufour-Pico has not made a good start and has dropped right down the order. Try and find the driver with the black race suit, black crash helmet down the middle of the pack, the Frenchman. But it is Zimovit Vera leading at the end of lap number 1. Nick Kosanina right behind the Polish driver in P2. Then a gap back to Luca Corsi, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Olivier Kanalovich, and Koko Sugawara. The top 6. Igor Polak runs in 7th. Then it's Emil Forker. Ahmed El Sisi is 9th. Then Leon Schmid rounding out the top 10. Adam El Kurd was the driver, the American driver, who we saw spinning on the opening lap. And Adam is now 30th and last. But as we saw in kids' heat, this junior heat, the drivers using the slipstream, using what we call drafting. Those of you that are familiar with NASCAR, slipstreaming and drafting is essential at a place like Daytona and Talladega. Even though this is junior karting, the principle remains the same. As you can see, Vera and Kosanina. So Kosanina will now get right onto the rear bumper. You can see the vortex that Vera creates allows Kosanina, who's hunched down, to push up to his rear bumper. And he's actually, literally, there's nothing between. He's pushing his rival along, and he's pushing him. You can see there, great camera work there from our WFR Live TV crew to show just how close these drivers are. These drivers, they're under 15 years of age, and yet they can run at over 60 kilometers an hour, 65 kilometers an hour, and neck and neck, nose to tail, inches apart, sometimes less than inches apart, and work together. Jeremy Montgomery Swan has now moved back into 3rd place. He leads this train of karts on your screen now. Luca Corsi runs 4th. Then Olivier Kanalovich from Hungary, and Koko Sugara from Japan is next. Alessandro Grilli has dropped right down the order to 29th, and I'm looking down some of the others. So Malik Mustafa, who finished 4th on the road in heat number 1, took a 10-second penalty that dropped him to about 20th place. He is only 20th now, so the finishing order of each race decides the starting grid for the next one. We've had qualifying. That's only for the kids, the juniors, and the ladies, because there's 30 in each group. So it's the finishing order of the previous race decides the starting order for the next one. Nolan Dufour-Pico is only 18th, so saw Nolan running off track at some point around turn number 1, and he is now having to battle his way back into contention. Ahmed El Sisi up into 9th position. You can see they make that 8th place for Ahmed in the white crash helmet, the purple and white Praga liveried race suit. Shouldn't have mentioned that at a Sodi kart event, but he's got a Praga race suit. Should some enterprising Frenchman in a Sodi kart badge will go to Ahmed's dad and go, Mr. LCC, how would you like to have a discount on a Sodi kart race suit so you're not promoting our rival Praga karts? We? Something like that. Anyway, there's the two leaders, and look at the gap they've got. Nick Kosanina just pushing Zimovit Vera away. So, new fastest lap for Vera. 1 minute 14.619, but he can feel the fact that Kosanina is pushing him on, so he's probably thinking to himself, oh dear. I know, because Kosanina has just got so much pace in that kart that he's going to push me away. I am going to have to make the rear bumper of this Sodi kart very, very wide indeed if I am going to hold off my Slovenian rival in the closing stage of this race. They are 2.5 seconds in front of everybody else. You can see Kosanina diving down behind the NASA panel. Why do we call it the NASA panel? Well, quick history lesson, boys and girls. In 1959, the Nassau Speed Weeks in the Bahamas, Nassau being the capital city of the Bahamas, held the first official World Karting Championship. It wasn't a CIK World Karting Championship. It was run by the Automobile Associate of the Royal Automobile Club of Great Britain and the World Karting Organisation. And it was held December the 2nd, 1959. And drivers like Sterling Moss participated in it. But some bright spark realised we've got all these famous drivers. Oh, hang on, there's a battle for third place. Jeremy Montgomery Swan carries on. Well, overnight, somebody said we've got all these famous drivers racing, but nobody knows who they are. And then somebody goes, I know, we'll put a plank on the front of the cart. We'll paint the race numbers on it. Great idea, they said. And there was born the NASA panel. And there was born a 3-wide move going into turn number 6. And that, I think, is Koka Sugawara possibly emerging in front. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is down to 4th position now. So that is why we have the Nassau panel. It was born the first World Karting Championships in 1959 in Oaks Field, Nassau, the Bahamas. And at Oaks Field, the racetrack is now gone. It's been replaced by a drag strip in Nassau. This very weekend, the Bahamas are celebrating their 50th independence game, and karting is a part of it. And as somebody that is involved in the Bahamas national karting team, that makes me very, very proud. I'm sorry I'm not there, but I'm very glad I'm here with you. But that is where the Nassau panel has come from. And the Bahamas, like so many of these smaller nations, they competed in the FIA Motorsport Games last year in kart endurance, kart slalom and esports. And I wonder, the likes of Madagascar and Aruba, I wonder when we will see them elevating themselves into the FIA Motorsport Games. Now they've got this sort of experience of running at a global level in this type of event. Whilst I've been waffling on and giving you all a history lesson, the lead has changed. Nick Kosanina has just passed Ziomit Vera for the race lead with 3.5 minutes to go. They are 5 seconds in front. Sugawara, Kokoa Sugawara, who is in 3rd position. Montgomery Swan runs in 4th. Then it's Emil Forker from Germany in 5th. Olivier Kanalovich is 6th. Luca Corsi 7th for Italy. Now we'll see if Vera's kart is as quick as Kosanina's, because Nick Kosanina has pushed Vera all the way through this race. Now Simovic has got the slipstream effect himself, so he's now in. Oh, can he push Kosanina along? The answer is, judging by what we're looking at on our screen, the answer is yes, he can. So Simovic, Kosanina's having a bit of a taste of his own medicine now. Out of turn number 8, through turn number 9 we go. Hard on the brakes for turn 10. Out of the Simon S's, we have 2 minutes to go. Then 2 leaders, still 5 seconds. Look at that, clean track, clean track. Wait, there's the 3rd place battle. Sugawara and Montgomery Swan, side by side between Kanalovic and Emil Forker, and Luca Corsi in the red race suit trying to make his presence felt. Corsi moves up into place. Now runs 9th behind Leon Schmid from Rich Benka from Slovakia. See in the purple sleeve, the white back on the purple sleeve race suit there, just in front of the white crash helmet of Ahmed LCC. So this is the battle for 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, with Schmid in 10th and Polak in 11th, not far behind either. Over a minute remaining. I'm just finding out why now. Richard Benker trying to make the move. He'll get a good run out of turn number 6. Corsi was flying in front of him. LCC is there behind. LCC in P9. We've got all 30 drivers still running. Adam L. Kerr down the back of the field. But Kosanina continued only by a tenth of a second. Now things are getting a bit jumbled. There's Corsi alongside. I'm looking at that crash. That crash but does remind me a little bit of Piercarlo Ginzani. So the leaders start their last lap, and oh my word, Kosanina was defending mightily to the inside, but Simovic Vera takes the lead. Vera on the inside into turn number 3. Kosanina on the outside. Out of 3 into 4. Kosanina's going to get a good run up the infield straight. Watch him now try and cut underneath Vera coming out of this corner, but Vera defends. Kosanina swings wide. He's going to have to get alongside and go round the outside of this next corner. He can't do it. Vera defends. Vera will have the inside line coming through turn 7 here and through turn 8. Simovic Vera, the race winner, trying to make it 2 wins out of 2. Nick Kosanina up the inside. No, he's going to go try around the outside here. Can he stick it on the outside? No. He'll try the undercut. Vera knows he's there. Vera will park it on the apex, coming towards turn 12 now. Up the inside to turn 13. No, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Vera takes a tight line in. It's going to be a good run. Kosanina, wheel, die by. Vera takes it by 1/10 of a second. Look at that perfect sporting handshake at the end as well. Koko Sugawara, 4th position. 3rd place rather. Jeremy Montgomery Swan finished in 4th. Thumbs up further back. That's what you like to see, drivers enjoying their battles. Now Ahmed Sisi comes home in 6th position, Egypt. And let's have a look. Kanalovic was 5th. Sisi Corsi was 7th. Only 8th. Polak 9th. Leon Schmid in 10th. Ivan Kopchev in 11th. Malik Mustafa is 12th. And Timeo Tayen from Belgium is 13th. Emil Forker dropped to 14th. Then Brian Trevisani, Simon Levente, Istvan Vas. And Malik Mustafa 12th for Saudi Arabia. Oscar Vedlin on the last lap had a issue and comes home in 30th. And last, Elsa Salberg, the Swedish lady, she finishes in 24th. Alessandro Grilli down the order. Charles-Olivier Belanga, a Canadian driver, in 25th. Kristaps Tennis, well, Wimbledon is going on at the moment, but Tennis only 28th at the end of race. That will conclude the second round of heats. It's going to be senior time. They are going to come their 3rd round of heats very shortly for the Sprint Cup. Don't go away. This is the 2023 Sodi World Series International Finals from the Slovakia ring. Here we go then. Welcome back. It's the Sprint Cup time for their third round of heats. It's Taruki Nobe. Pole position, Pietro Grima on row number 1, Kevin Tuvenin and Ricardo Lopez Pirith on row 2, Jack Williamson and Abdi Badawi on row number 3. Then it is Timo Ua and Victor Vota, Dominic Oriskovic and Simon Legal, then Christian Kopacci, Michael Nemec, Olivier Laurenchon, and the rest, 30 drivers. Now these grids were all sorted out in qualifying. So unlike the kids, the juniors and the ladies, these grid positions are all from time qualifying, not from previous race results. So we look, Taruki Nobe, I have to say, Taruki has gone backwards in his 2 heats so far. Let's see if the Japanese driver, kart number 29, can hold on to a place at the front in this one. He has got Pietro Grima from Italy with the black and orange race suit starting alongside him. Kevin Tuvenin, who has won his first race, starts on row number 2. Ricardo Lopez Pirith, Jack Williamson. I'm not sure what happened to Jack Williamson, whether he failed to start one of his heat races. That's going to put him on the back burner in terms of the fights, but he's there on the inside of row number 3 with the black race suit, the gold crash helmet. Kart number 71. Probably, and that's going to be like the drop outside of row 1. Was a little bit slow to get away. That is Pietro Grima. So we will go around again. Drivers with their hands in the air, signaling that it's a false start. Now, again, there is Taruki Nobe. He'll have to slow down. He's waiting for the rest of the field to catch him up. Everybody else filing through turn number 6 now. Towards turn 7. Nobe, Grima, Tuvenin, Lopez Pires, Williamson, Badawi, Ua, Wota, Oriskovic, Legal, Kopacci, Nemec, Lorenzon, Pozzetti, Suonanen, Bleak, Kolmanic, Fukushima, Shavasov, drove extremely well to win one of his races from outside the top 18. Dolzicki and Sodakist. From the Sodakist was one of the winners of the raffle last night, a €750 voucher from the Ital Kart Shop. Now we wait. Into the tram lines we go. This looks better. Speed is brought up. Now we're off and racing. And it's a good start from Taruki Nobe, who leads the field into turn number 1. Kevin Tuvenin takes second. 3 wide back in the pack, side by side. Oh, somebody's going to go off there. And 3 of them go off. Behind the stanchion again go a few drivers. And Manuel Branco, the race director, saying that, of course, this is, in terms of the race regulations, this is far stricter than what some of these drivers are used to back at their local qualifying circuits. And yes, some drivers falling foul of the stricter regulations. And the eyes out on the circuit there, lots of penalties coming in through the race. But it's Nobe leading the field at halfway round the opening lap. All for how much longer? There is outside pole sitter going backwards. Grima losing a few places, and Grima is down in what's that, 2, 4, 5th position at the end of lap number 1. But it's Taruki Nobe, Kevin Domenin and Jack Williamson. Yeah, Williamson sliding that number 71 cart into turn number 1, chasing down Kevin Domenin. So it's Japan leading France, leading the UK, leading Abdi Badawi from Austria in 4th place. Pietro Grima down to 5th, then Ricardo Lopez Pires, Christian Capacci, Victor Vota, and the rest. Grima at the inside of, I believe, is Capacci there, but to gain a position. Kevin Tuvenin under pressure from Jack Williamson. Well, we spoke to Mikey Brison earlier on, so a lot of people watching from Brentwood Karting, and they'll be watching Jack Williamson in kart number 73, sorry, kart number 71, challenge for a race victory here, but still Taruki Nobe leads at the end of lap number 3. Tuvenin, Williamson's very, very sideways going into turn number 1 on the edge of adhesion. Now, this is Group E and F racing. Williamson there, head down, chasing the Frenchman, who is in turn closing in on the race leader. In 4th position, the number 86 kart of Abdi Badawi. 4th place is also Badawi, has just set the fast lap of the race. A 105, 3, hang on a second, 3 wide. Sort themselves out. No, after you, no, after you, I insist. And somehow they all managed to sort themselves out. That is, I would say, who's that in the red? That is Simon Legal in 13th position, the red race suit, the green crash helmet. So Legal has got Olivier Laurenson right behind him, and then with the bright pink crash helmet, you'll see coming onto your screens. Oh, now where's he gone? That was, I can't quite see who that was. 3 wide in turn number 1. That's driver number 90. That is Davor Repnik from Slovenia making a move. There is Siegel picking up a place coming out of turn number 2. And Siegel is now chasing Repnik in front of him. Can't see the numbers. Oh, no, that is Oriskovic in the blue race suit in front of him. Oh, someone getting very wide coming out of turn number 4. Up the front, Nobe still leading from Tuvenin and Williamson, so no change to the top 3, although they're very, very close. Badawi is about 7/10 of a second behind them in 4th position. Then the first real gap back to Spain's Ricardo Lopez Pires. There is Siegel chasing Oriskovic. Oriskovic in the Ukrainian coloured race suit. In kart number 30, this is 11th and 12th you're looking at on your screen. And here is the lead battle. And it was a threesome. It could be a foursome very soon, because Abdi Badawi is closing in. Kevin Tuvenin trying to attack Nobe and defend against Jack Williamson, who's looking aggressive. Williamson to the inside. And Jack Williamson picks up Pete. Now, Jack Williamson sets off after Taruki Nobe. So will try to fight back through turn number 7, and Abdi Badawi make pay for that move by moving into 3rd position. This frees Williamson up a little bit. Behind them, Ricardo Lopez Pires and Christian Capacci right in 5th and 6th position. Looking down at the bottom of the Khaled Al-Amiri in 23rd position. Etienne Mirand up to 21st for Canada. Anthony Chavasson only 8. Here is that's Ricardo Lopez race suit chasing Christian the green sort of shoulder pads his suit, watching the battle for 5th and 6th position. As you could then far to Vota chasing them in 7th rather. But Williamson half a second behind Taruki Nobe. We haven't had a Japanese winner yet today. That about to change. 5.5 minutes or so to go. Victor Vota setting the new fast lap of the race as he closes in on you're watching and Capacci now ahead of Lopez. She has got past Lopez, and Vota looking to try and pass the pair of them. To fourth, Badawi in third, and Abdi Badawi actually closing in a little bit on Jack Williamson. Jack Williamson is now nearly a full second behind race leader Taruki Nobe. So Nobe obviously didn't cope so well when he was right in the thick of traffic, but you give Taruki some clean track and he can drive. It's what happens when Taruki comes under pressure that we have to ask some serious questions. Here is battle further back as we watch the leaders going through turn number 3. Now, identical race suits, identical crash helmets, identical karts, and very small race numbers on the front. Now, I will use my power reduction. This is the two drivers, the black and blue race suit. That is Tibor Ua from Hungary in kart number 23, and Harry Soninen from Finland in kart number 75. The camera pans back to the battle for 6th and 7th place, because Victor Vota has now got past Ricardo Lopez. Up P. Pez back. It is our twins, as they look almost, they're not twins, one's from Hungary, one's from Finland, but in terms of race, they look like absolute twins. Ua and Soninen. Oriskovic runs 10th, Legal is 11th, Grima is now 12th, Laurenchon 13th, then Fukushima in 14th position, Retnik, Shavasson, Skromovas, Kolmanic, Lazarus, Nemec, and Bleak, your top 21, with 3.5 minutes to go. Pozzetti, Niedhofer, Alamiri, Gallegos, Dolzicki, Meyrand, who is back to 28th position now. And all changed, well, not all changed, got a lot closer. Williamson has got his head down once again, and now is just 1/10 of a second behind our leader Taruki Nobe. And he's got Abdi Badawi of him. William have got ahead. Yes, Jack Williamson has taken the lead off camera. Williamson has taken top spot. There is Siegel running wide, and side by side Tibor Ua. But up at the front, new leader Jack Williamson. Rookie Nobe, 2.5 minutes to go. There's Grima, looking up with the orange and black race suit, chasing Oriskovic for what is 11th position. So the back you're looking at on your screen is 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Siegel, Ua, Oriskovic, and Grima. Up at the front, there is your new leader. Well, there's not, he's gone. Jack Williamson is up the road by about 4 kart lengths. Nobe holding off Badawi. Christian Capacci. So is Kevin and so has Victor Vota. But this is now the second. Taruki Nobe under pressure. Oh, 3 wide. That's not going to work. Somebody's going to lose a place. And the answer was, I think that was Capacci getting squeezed like a spot out of turn number 4. We're now into turn 6. Jack Williamson pulling away at the front. He's now leading by over half a second with just over a minute remaining. Great battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. That's Nobe, Badawi, Capacci, Benin, Votez. But they're all allowed. Jack Williamson road desperately needs a good result. He heads down towards turn 1. Badawi now in P2. Capacci is 3rd. Then Vota is up to 4th. Toverin is 5th. Nobe has been shuffled all the way back to 6th position. And in fact, he's now getting shuffled wide by Lopez. So Nobe down to 7th now. Such a shame for the Japanese driver who led the majority of this race. Williamson now put one kart off at the side of the circuit. Not sure who that is. 20 seconds to go. I think this could be the last lap. Jack Williamson, well, we interviewed Brentwood Karting Collective earlier. They're going to be in full voice for this one as the clock heads towards 0. Jack Williamson comes into turn 13, 14 for the final time. The checker, and Jack Williamson wins for Great Britain. Abdi Badawi second for Austria. Christian Kopacki third for Poland in front of his countryman Victor Vota. Kevin Tovenin is fifth. Ricardo Perez, Taruki Nobe the seventh. Harry Kuninen in 8th for Finland. 9th was Simon Legal. Timo Ua 10th. It was Simon Dobzicki's kart that we saw at the side of the circuit. There it is. But Jack Williamson takes the victory. Further back outside the top 10, here's a look. Dominic Oriskovic, Pietro Grima from second of the grid down to 12th for Grima. And then further back down the order, we have Lorenchon, Repnik, Shavasson, Fukushima, Niedhofer, Nemec, Komanic, Lazarus, Pozzetti, Skromovas, Bleak, Alamiri, and the rest. Now, earlier on, I spoke to drivers from the UK, one of the most established karting nations in the entire world. Very shortly, we're going to go back out and we're going to do an interview with a driver from one of the least established but growing karting nations. We're going to speak to Aruba next.
I'll make you move like your boots are on fire. I'll make you jump like you touch a live wire. Ain't no sitting down when I get in the zone. Just give me my crown, let the king take his throne. Clap your hands, just clap, clap your hands, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3, clap your hands, just clap them for me, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the spectator terracing here at Slovakia Ring. Now, earlier on we spoke to members from Team UK. Now, Team UK, one of the most established karting nations anywhere in the world. Aruba is not necessarily a nation that you associate with karting, but there is an enthusiastic team here from the Bushiri Kart Speedway in Aruba. They raced in this event several times before, but I think it's for the first time we've got a junior driver for Aruba represented here at the Sodi World Series. Hagen Orman. Hagen, first, what do you make of this event?
It's really big. First time doing a World Series like this. All the different countries here, it's like really interesting. And the track is really technical, but it's going till now.
So, okay, you've got your dads here. You've got a lot of supporters from the Bushiri Kart Speedway. We've got Andre Trump in the seniors. We've got an endurance team as well. So there's an awful lot of you here racing as we got a driver just blindly walk. Tell you what, you come in this way. If you're going to walk across Croatia here, not in a minute. Right, we're going to speak to Aruba first, then we'll speak to Croatia. Tell us a little bit about the Aruban flag at an international event.
It's really big because Aruba is not really a big thing in go-karting. It's a really small island, so it's really big to go with the Aruba flag to big races like this one.
So here's your chance to tell what Aruba. It's in the Southern Caribbean, yes?
Yes.
So the weather is going to be great. Lots of beaches.
Yes, a lot of beaches. One of our beaches is ranked in the top 10 best beaches in the world.
Top 10 just behind Whitmore Bay in Barry Island in Wales, I'm sure. Good luck with the event.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we move from Aruba to Croatia. So, who are we?
Vinko.
Vinko. Okay, Vinko. So, how are you finding this event here? You're in kid class as well. You're racing in, yes?
Yes, this is my last race in SWS. I'm going to karting, Rotax 7 and those stuff, and I'm trying for Oberon team, so I have a big
Okay, so are you enjoying this event here? There's a few Croatian drivers here. Are you enjoying the camaraderie, all your countrymen cheering the flag?
Yeah, we're all together playing, and it's real fun.
Good fun. Thank you very much. Don't walk across the camera. No, it's okay. I'm only joking. So there we go. That is Croatia and Aruba, two of the nations competing in the kid category. Catch up with many more of them as the day goes on. This is the 2023 Sodi World Series final. It's very So apologies if we lost sound there briefly. Bastien Mounier is in P2. Here we go. So apologies if we lost sound there. We're 5 laps into Group A versus D in the Sprint Cup. Kuba Pichulski leads from Andres Leipnix. Logan Sunyi is third. Etienne Huytens in fourth. We're looking at the 6th and 7th place battle on our screen. 6th is Alexis Melis, the Frenchman, the Belgian coloured race suit, the yellow, black and red. And then Davis Zalmans from Latvia in 8th. Alexis Yarin, Charlie Ratford round out the top 10. Further up, this is your top 3. Pichulski leading Leipnix and Sunyi. Then further back, this is Adam Sidlowski in the red and white race suit, and the all-white race suit is Thomas Mixer. Now, we've lost Stefan Marudov, the Bulgarian driver, after an opening lap crash. Pichulski, Leipnix, Sunyi, the top 3. There is the battle for 5th and 6th position. Here's the battle for 2nd. Now this is the battle for 5th. Sidlowski, who has, well, he did have the fast lap of the race. It's now Thomas Miska, the driver chasing him, who has the fastest lap of the race. A 104.960, Thomas Mixer. Melis is the next driver in line, followed by Zalmans, Yanin, Ratford, Munier, Carrier, Gonzalez, Jimenez, Petrenko, Lashin, Esteban, Lema, Gerardus, Burchard, Benhaj, and then Al-Zajali. We have just under 4 minutes remaining. 29 of the 30 starters still running, with Chris Phillips down at the back of the pack. But some of the midfield runners on our screens there. There's a move, and trying to see the numbers on that cart. Can't quite make them out. Trying a little look to see. That was the number 25 cart of Daniel Lashin. The green sleeves on his race suit, going past the driver of Jose Gonzalez Jimenez in cart number 58. But now we've got a change for the race lead. Andreas Leipnix has passed Kuba Pichulski. Logan Sunyi is in P3. Oh, Sunyi now side by side, trying to make it too wide for second place. Sunyi up the inside. This is allowing Leipnix to clear off in the race lead. Pichulski back to third, but that battle has cost Pichulski not only a position, but a lot of ground to the race leaders. Is bringing Etienne Huytens into play. He's there in that Sodi race suit in 4th position. There is Huytens behind him. Then it's Sidlowski and Mixer, Melis, Zalmans, Yanin, Ratford, Mounier, and Laurent Carrier, your top 12. But it looks as though Andreas Leipnix, with just under 2 minutes remaining, is cruising towards a second victory. Still 1 minute 45 seconds to go, however. Sunyi in second position, being chased now by Pichulski. A bit further back there, Abdulaziz Al Saud from Saudi Arabia, running just outside the top 20 in about 23rd position. And it's Leipnix, you can see, with a 10-12 cart length lead through turn number 9. Sunyi in second, Pichulski in third. Pichulski coming under pressure from Huytens in 4th position. Sidlowski is 5th, but not really a factor, with just over a minute remaining, and this will be the start of the last lap. Light starts his 11th and what will be his final lap with a 7/10 of a second advantage over Belgium's Logan Sunyi. Third is Kuba Pachulski, then Etienne Huytens, although Huytens looking aggressive. Pachulski misses the apex going into turn number 3, and that could give Huytens a little bit of a run. Leibniz runs wide going through turn number 4. Will this give Logan Sunyi from Belgium? Well, we got 2 Belgian drivers in the top 4, both looking to pick up a place. Oh, but one of them's lost a place because Sidlowski just dive bombs at the inside of Huytens for 4th place. Now, what can Logan Sunyi do? He's in the slipstream of our race leader into turn number 10. Now up towards turn 11. Just a few corners to go. Leibniz might have to defend. He checks over his shoulder. Here comes Logan Sunyi. He's going to try the undercut coming off the final corner. Has he got it? It's going to be a drag race to line. Leibniz takes the win though by 900th of a second from Belgium's Logan Sunyi. Poland in 3rd and 4th with Kuba Pachulski, the pole sitter, and Adam Tidlowski. Then Etienne Huytens finishing in 5th position. Thomas Michter in 6th, followed by Alexis Mellis, Alexis Yanin in 8th. Charlie Ratford comes home in 9th. See the checkered flag has gone out. Andres Leibniz and Logan Sunyi there. That's who you want to see. A handshake. And we'll have the full rundown of runners. Here we go. There is Leibniz, Logan, Sunyi, Pachulski, Sidlowski, Huytens, Mixer, Mellis, for Zalmans, Mounier, and Carrier. And while we look at the rest of the results, I think it's about time we go out and maybe have another driver interview out on the bank. See which nation we can catch up with next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you join me back here on the spectator terrace. Now, one of the brightest teams here in the Sodi World Series paddock is Slovenia in their orange. So who we got drivers here? So who?
Nate Kosenina.
Nate
Kosenina.
Oh, Nick Kosenina. You won your earlier race, yes? Okay, first I'll say you were second, just behind.
Yeah, I was second.
Really good. Like to see that, you know, at the end of the race there was a fist bump, there was a handshake. Two of you worked really well together.
Yeah, first of all, you need to have respect for drivers so you can pull away gap and try to win the race.
Good luck. Now, so Nick is in the junior category, yes?
Yep.
And another driver, a junior, yes?
Yes.
So who are we? This is Oscar Vedlin. I know that 'cause it says it on his t-shirt. That's great stuff, Oscar. How's it going for you?
The first race I was sick, which is quite good, but then the second race I didn't have that much luck and I was last, so yeah.
Oh, well, the only way is up for the next race. You've still got 3 races to go?
Yeah, luckily yes, so I can still be quite good in the next races.
Okay, and we see that Team Chaperone from Slovenia.
Yes, hello, I'm the father of the Nates and a very good friend of Oscar.
How proud of all the Slovenian drivers in the nation, looking very colourful looking like a real team.
We have 2 drivers in junior, 3 drivers in sprint, and 1 driver in women sprint.
Okay, so again, lots of representation, and you've cornered normally it's the marshals that are, it's okay, that's from Sodi Car, the camera there, hello Thomas. Normally it's the marshals that dress in orange, but I think Slovenia have cornered the mark for bright orange.
Because my favorite is orange, I put it to my son, and he just love it, and we are all in orange.
Well, that's fair enough. Congratulations. And for your next couple of races, Oscar, and good luck, Nick.
Thanks.
Now, we've got one other winner to come through. So there's Slovenia. So we spoke to the UK earlier on, but the last race we saw Jack Williamson coming home in one of the sprint cups. So we'll stay there. So Jack, away in here. Now, we've already got a trophy. We've already got a first place. So you get a win. So every heat winner gets a trophy. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great prize. Excited to take new one as well.
Yeah, so for heat winner, that race, you had to catch, Nobe was the Japanese driver that led. You caught him up. Talk a little bit about the people at home would have seen. Going through turn number 1, you were fully committed. Let's just say that.
Yeah. After some earlier races, I knew I needed to get a good result. So I was just fully chucking it around, just trying to get the most as I can possible. Following him, seeing where he was slower than I was. And once I found my space, I went over the trip.
So, of course, you didn't have a great result in the first heat, so now you've got 4 heats to try and get enough points to give you a decent position for the super heat on Saturday, and then hopefully that gives you top 30 points overall to get into the A final.
Yeah, that's the main goal today. Getting to the A final. Obviously, I've got to try it much harder than I would have at the start of the day, but I'm here for it.
Here for it. There we go. So that's Jack Williamson, one of our earlier heat winners. Every single heat winner here gets one of these fantastic trophies as well. So again, Slovakia ring, Sodi Car being very generous with their prizes. So that is what every driver, well, that's what every driver today is racing for. Tomorrow, the endurance, and on Saturday for the finals, the trophies get a lot bigger.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully, if I can get in the A final, really push it as hard as I can. Try and get an even bigger one.
Okay, thank you very much, Jack Williamson. There we go. Back to we got more races coming up very soon. Stay tuned.